What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, January 22nd, 2026. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas basketball trips up in Lexington. A hard-fought loss for the Longhorns. We'll dive into the good, bad, and ugly from last night's game. Plus, the latest out of the world of college football. Texas Tech may be a little smarter than we think. We'll dive into that. Plus, some NFL conversation. Is Jerry Jones getting some competition as the worst owner in the National Football League? Some sound out of Houston's postseason press conference as well. Little Major League Baseball hot stove to get into, including a big move for Bucks New York Yankees. We've got a TBT video, and Bill Shatner has gone viral. What did the 94-year-old do for that? We'll get into all of those stories and more. Plenty of sports, plenty of fun to be had over the next couple of hours. It's a Buck Off Thursday edition of the show. We appreciate y'all starting your mornings with us. Buck, on to you, my man. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic. Another nice day. Looking out for another nice day with some sun again. Tomorrow, one more nice day, and then it all jumps on us on Saturday. Saturday, Sunday, into Monday morning. Just a couple days of cold, people. That's all. Nothing more. Quit the panic, please. I know the panic button is about to be hit. I'm not going to panic.
It's already been hit.
Yeah, it has been hit.
About to be hit. I think it's already been hit.
My wife says she's going to Costco today just for a couple items, and toilet paper will not be one of them.
Nobody ever buys just a couple of items at Costco.
I know. I mean, really?
You're buying out the entire store.
Oh, no. She got her farmer's market stuff where she got her milk. You know, my wife doesn't buy milk from the store. She gets milk right from the farm. That thicker kind of milk right from the cow's teat.
Oh, she goes and milks the cow herself.
Just about like that. There's a certain group every Wednesday picks up their milk, their big gallon of milk. Nasty. Nasty. Too thick for me.
You don't drink it, you buy your own milk?
I don't drink milk anymore. That's one of the things that's kind of off limits. I do a little half and half for my decaf now. By
milk
the way,
is off limits? You can't drink milk anymore? I thought that was good for you.
Oh, milk is that's, I'm not supposed to be drinking anyway with my stomach. I've got postnasal drip or whatever that is to my stomach that'll cause problems. So
I have no idea. I didn't realize those things were attached.
No, I started out as a kid drinking just homogenized milk, and then I went to powdered milk, and it went to all kinds of milk. And then went to 2%, which was such a joke. It's just water with some coloring in it. And then I went back to, I went back to the regular old homogenized milk, and then I started going to the doctor, and they said, "Nah, you don't need this. You don't really need it." I'm like, "No, milk is an ice cream. I can get all of that." I did get a shake yesterday.
There we go.
I did get to Hat Creek yesterday with a double with a beautiful shake, man. Strawberry shake with whipped cream on the top of it. I tore that thing down. There was a really resemblance that big hat looking to like one of those shortstop burgers. Because I said mayo, ketchup, and mustard on it.
You wanted all three?
I put all three on it, and it was like coming out of the sides. I was, doing this deal, eating it before I got to the house, of course, in the car. And I had everything all in my lap because like 4 things fell out onto my lap. I had to put the burger back into the patty. That's how, with all that ketchup, mustard, and mayo in it, that thing slid right into my lap. Reminded me of the old days of eating Taco Bell in the car.
Oh, it's funny that you bring that up because we're going to dive into this conversation a little bit more later.
It was delicious.
Of course it was.
So good. I don't know why I don't, if I'm at the house and I make a burger at the house, folks, I never put mayo on the burger. Only the to-go or at the burger place. I never put mayo here. It's like I don't want somebody to see me putting mayo on a hamburger.
Mm. You know who
It's
would love you for that? You know who'd love you for that?
Who's that?
The late, great Sean Adams.
He was a mayo-eating dude, wasn't he?
That guy would eat mayo out of the packet by itself.
That shit's nasty. It
That
is just okay when you mix it with all those three on a burger.
Okay.
It's great. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate it. For you and your families, do be safe out there.
I'm not a big mayo on burger kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean, I put it on. It was great.
Okay.
But none of that stuff is great to eat while driving.
No, yeah, burger is pretty high up on the power rankings of toughest things to eat while operating a motor vehicle.
And reaching over for fries in the bag while driving.
Yeah, and fries are fine, but if you're dipping the fries in ketchup, then it's difficult, right? It's easy to just grab into the bag and eat some fries plain. If you're raw dogging them, no big deal. But if you're trying to dip the ketchup and you're holding the ketchup, or you've got the little ketchup like hanging out on the center console, then that's when things can get a little messy.
Yeah, they got messy for me yesterday.
But it was worth it.
I had to change my pants. That's how bad it got.
You got that excited? It was that good?
It was that good, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, especially when you get those little napkins they try to give you, and you think that's gonna help out your pants when that big piece of tomato slides out with the mayo and everything on it.
It sounds like you had your own mayo too.
No. I was good. I said after my performance of Hat Creek saying I'm going and I haven't got there. Well, I got there yesterday, and I got there with a big smile on my face.
I'm proud of you. That's what the people want.
Big smile. I was so excited to get that fries, reaching over, crossing there, feeling all around with other stuff in my front seat. I mean, there's stuff in my front seat that's got all kinds of stains on it right now.
Oh man. Yeah, it's so hard to drive through and pick up food because you might tell yourself, like, all right, I'm gonna wait till I get home.
No.
But the smell, it just permeates through the vehicle while you're driving. It's just, and you get, oh no, it's a red light. What am I just gonna sit here and do nothing? No,
yeah, I'm gonna start slamming this down. They're gonna be blowing the horn behind me. Blowing the horn, let's go.
I always wonder, like, what people did at red lights before cell phones, or like, you just have to have something to do, and the light is red. You can't just sit there and do nothing. You got to eat. You got to be on your phone. You got to do something.
I don't even know why I don't ever just when you have a place you can go, and especially if you can go in and actually eat, you just don't order, sit down and relax. I mean, I'll order it and then I'll pull into a parking space at the place and start slamming it down right there.
I've done that before.
Oh my God, like a heathen. Just, people are looking and your face is all packed with burger and fries and the shake yesterday. I mean, the big man didn't want to weigh in. I was too afraid to weigh in, but I'll be weighing in after this weekend because I'll be in this house. As of Saturday, I'm here, and it's just going to be an eat-a-thon and TV watching for me.
I think a lot of people will be doing the same thing at their houses this weekend.
Oh, they'll be shopping. They'll go and empty out HEB. They'll be getting all the Olipop and everything available. Anything that's there, they get. Stuff that they don't even want. Like the potato salad from HEB that they really don't want. They'll be getting big tubs of that stuff.
Gotta have it.
Why? They're not even going to eat that stuff.
You never know. I mean, this ice storm could be so bad that HEB never opens again, Buck.
Good grief. It's 3 days of cold weather. That's it. It's winter. It's officially winter on Saturday morning, y'all.
Chickens might not lay any more eggs.
Oh, cows might. Oh, you can forget about that if you're going there Saturday to get that. There won't be any of that around.
Yeah, I've seen some videos from like Dallas area grocery stores of no more eggs, no more milk. I mean, a lot of those essentials that typically go first when a storm is coming, they're already cleaned out. I think, like, I ran by Target yesterday. I had to pick one thing up. There were still eggs. There was still milk. So I think around Central Texas, for the most part, we're still pretty stocked up here. But that DFW, where it's supposed to be a heck of a lot worse, they're already running out of supplies.
Yeah, when I go into panic mode, that means I go to Sprouts.
Oh, because nobody else goes there?
Yeah, I go to Sprouts.
Hey, Randall, how are you? Randy, what's going on, man? You all right over there? I'm going to come see you.
I'm good at Sprouts. If I need vitamins or something like that, if I need some hippie food, I go to Sprouts because they have plenty of it there.
Oh, man.
It's stuff that has oh, it's unbelievable. I love me some Sprouts. That's late.
Our girl Shelby says HEB's already had a ground beef here. So maybe I
What?
spoke too soon. Maybe some local HEBs are already getting cleaned out.
I need to tell my wife to get a couple steaks if she's going to go to Costco. Might as well get something that I can throw in my air fryer. By the way, steaks in the air fryer, fabulous. Hey, chicken in the air fryer, folks. Sliced breast, nice piece of breast. It can be thick or it can be thinly sliced. Coming out of the air fryer, it keeps the juices. It is delicious. And plus, you don't have to wait around. It takes about 8 minutes, and it's done. It's great, BK. It is great.
I can get down with chicken in the air fryer. I don't think I can get down with a steak in the air fryer.
You can do a steak in the air fryer. If you got one that can fit a little steak in there, it is really good. I'm telling you.
I know you can, but just because you could, does that mean you should?
Yeah, what do you want to do? You want to go out there and barbecue it? You want to screw it up, don't you? You want to put it on the grill where you can really screw it up.
Well, some people know how to actually cook a steak.
Oh, well.
Some people don't.
I'm still in the learning process of 70 years of how do I really do this steak.
What's the
line? Trey Elling used to give me all the directions. He actually wrote them out and sent them to me once, and I still can't. What do I mean? I got to let this thing sit out and breathe for an hour? What are you, nuts?
What about the George Foreman grill?
It's going inside of me. It doesn't have to breathe. I'm the one that needs to be breathing.
It's an animal. It's got to breathe, doesn't it?
No, it's dead. It's a dead animal about to go into my belly.
Well, George Foreman grill. You had a couple of those from Jay at Sue Patrick, and you said, "Nah, I don't want to keep this."
I still got the other one. I still got the one you can put on the grill. You can flip it over. It's nice. I've got one. It's not, but I haven't done that yet. I actually did mussels, cod, a little mixture there with some mussels and cod. It was delicious.
You did that in the air fryer?
No. I did that on the grill. I put in a big pan that I got from Marshall's. That's when I had to go to Marshall's to get my own pan.
Yeah.
Big pan for all that stuff. Yeah, onions and peppers in there. It was fabulous. I'm becoming quite the cook.
Okay. You literally said 2 minutes ago you cook your steaks in an air fryer. You can't follow that up by saying, I'm becoming quite the cook.
Oh, come on, man.
That's not allowed, sir.
That's what the air fryer's for. That's the lazy man's way to cook stuff. It really works.
Hey, I'm an air fryer guy. Don't get me wrong, but there's a time and a place, and steaks are not the time.
Try to do one little steak in there and see how delicious it is, how it comes out.
I'll make sure all the blinds are closed so nobody could see me.
Oh my God.
I feel like you have to give up your man card if you're air frying a steak.
That's not a manly thing. Let's get it done. We don't have much time. The game's getting ready to come on. I need an 8-minute steak. Let's go.
Sounds like a lack of preparation.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
You as a coach, I feel like you'd be all about being prepared for every scenario.
No, not when it comes to food. Once again, I don't wait for food. Whatever is fast is good. Preparation doesn't really matter. Throw a little, hey, I don't like a lot of salt. Just put some pepper on it. Let's go.
All right. Well, there you go. I love it. Well, shout out to Hat Creek. Buck on to them. Buck on to Sue Patrick. Of course, buck on to all of our great sponsors here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We love y'all.
Might as well get ready to get those Sue Patrick jackets, those winter jackets. You're buying. Let's go.
Yeah, if you're doing your grocery shopping today, stop on by Sue Patrick on Burnett Road and get that all done. That'll work. Buck, Texas basketball last night. Entertaining game, but they ultimately come up short in Lexington, 85-80, the final score. This is not a moral victory show, but if you or your cousin put a little money on the Longhorns, that's a real win you get to claim right there because Texas was an 8-point underdog and they only lost by 5.
I didn't think that other team they played was very good either. I didn't think Kentucky was all that either.
Well, they've been a little up and down this year. And
they're on a four-game winning streak, say that.
Right. They started 0-2 in conference play, just like Texas did, and they've bounced back with 4 straight victories. And, I mean, it's Kentucky. They always have talent. So it is a little weird to watch them play without a number next to their name on the little TV scoreboard.
Right. Nothing.
Right. Not ranked right now, but it does feel like they found a little bit of a groove. And, again, it's Kentucky. They're always incredibly talented. They have the preseason conference player of the year in Otega Owe, who had a tremendous game here in Austin last year against the Longhorns and put up 18 points last night against the Longhorns. So he's a solid player, and they recruit at an incredibly high level. I'm not so sure if Mark Pope is the long-term answer there. I know they love him because he played there. He was on a national championship team in the 90s there. Time will tell if he's like the right guy, but that team is a lot more talented than Texas. And again, Texas fought hard. This was a tie game at halftime. This was a 2-point game in the final minute, but ultimately, Texas, what did them in last night, and you and I were talking about this before the show, you hit the nail on the head. They could not defend without fouling.
Good grief.
Kentucky went the last 6 minutes of the game without making a field goal, and Texas still lost. It's not because they were down by 20 and it's like, oh, it's just too big of a deficit to overcome. No, it's Texas could not get stops without fouling. You should never lose a game where you hold your opponent without a basket for more than 6 minutes, especially when it's the final 6 minutes. But they could not stop hacking. Kentucky shot 35 free throws.
Yeah, they hack a lot. They got a lot of they're handsy, and once again, guys get around their guys. You know, it's almost like they try to draw him into the big guy and thinks he's going to block everybody that comes to the rim. When they swipe at the ball, you know, they don't get in front of the offensive player. They let him have a shoulder to the basket. It's hard to watch sometimes. It really is. And that's all of them. By the way, that's guys who are really good, even good athletes on that Texas team, the ones that you expect, you know, with the exception of Weaver. Now, Weaver's going to hack you, but I'm okay with his hacking. He's in the game to hack. He even scored points last night. So when he comes in, I think, okay, he's going to get some rebounds, some tip-ins. He's going to get some hustle plays, but he's also going to hack some guys too. And I'm fine with that, especially if he gives you 14 in a game.
Well, he's also probably the best defender on the entire team. I mean, is he perfect? No. Is he going to hack from time to time? Yes. But he usually has the challenge of going up against the other team's best offensive player. And those guys are good, especially on a team like Kentucky. But, yeah, there are guys who are just not good defenders on this team, and they'd still foul on top of that. So, you know, Kentucky kind of beat Texas at its own game. Like going into last night, the Longhorns led the country. There's more than 350 Division I college basketball teams. Texas #1 in America in free throw rate in terms of the amount of free throws they take as a team. Last night, Kentucky shot 35 and made 30. Texas shot 20 and made 18. So good percentage by Texas. That's the good news, right? 18 to 20, 90%. That's awesome. But Kentucky was plus 12 at the line. Texas lost the game by 5. There's your ball game right there.
Yeah, you probably lost 2 or 3 guys out of your clan there last night.
I don't know. They covered. You think I'm losing guys when they cover? They're making people the money.
Back-to-back losses, back-to-back SEC losses.
Yeah, they're making people money.
This is a team that beat Alabama. This is a team that went on the road and took care of Alabama. Played really well. That didn't look good last night.
I don't think it looked as bad as you're saying. I mean,
No, you thought it was okay though?
Well, I mean, they didn't get run out of the gym.
No. I mean,
tied at halftime. They had a lead in the second half. It was a 2-point game.
Sometimes losses are just losses. Sometimes you lose, you just lose.
Right. Well, look, I'm not trying to claim a moral victory here, but I don't think it was super ugly. Like the fouling was ugly from the game, but I thought Texas did a lot of things pretty well in this basketball game. The Tennessee game that they lost by 30, that was ugly. I don't think what happened last night, going blow for blow with a solid Kentucky team at Rupp Arena, should be considered a.
You sound like a guy that if we could just get close to Georgia and maybe lose by 1 in football, it'd be okay.
I wouldn't say it's ugly. I would say it's not okay. I wouldn't say it's ugly.
Okay.
35-10 is a lot worse than what we saw last night in basketball. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I hate the hacking. Those guys just, they didn't cross the street. I didn't think they played dumb, but they didn't. There's too good enough. There's a couple of really good athletes that are playing, and there's some athletes that aren't athletes that actually get into games for them. Because I don't think they have a choice. I don't think they have anybody else.
No, there's no depth on this team. And it didn't help that Camden Heide was dealing with the flu. He missed the entire first half, did play 8 minutes in the second half, but did not look like himself at all. And I mean, Simeon Wilcher was inserted into the starting lineup.
That dude right there, that guy, how does that guy play in basketball at this level?
I know. Well, he was, he's one of those cases where the recruiting rankings aren't always right. Like Sim Wilcher was a 5-star. Didn't start at Texas, transferred a couple of times before getting here. think was at North Carolina, then went to St. John's, and then now is here in Austin.
Wow, that ranking let some people down. That's for sure.
No, he's not good enough to play at this level. He's not a smart player. He doesn't have a great feel for the game, and that's a guy who had to play 26 minutes last night because Texas just simply don't have enough depth. They don't have enough depth.
I fear that when he gets the ball in his hands, I have this really, my heart rate starts to go up.
Yeah.
Because I feel really weird things happening.
I think the coach feels the exact same way.
I'm always looking for him to throw a cross-court pass that gets intercepted going across the middle or something.
Yeah. I mean, there's 5 players that I feel good about on this team right now. And it's not like all 5 of those guys are consistent. You know,
right.
This team, I've learned, Buck, this team goes as Jordan Pope goes.
Yes, yes, they do.
He's kind of the point guard. He's the straw that stirs the drink.
How many threes did he throw up? They only hit like 2 or 3 threes in the game.
Yeah, they were 2 of 18 from 3.
Wow.
So that's not good. Jordan Pope himself was 0 of 6 from 3. And, and he's going to give you 8 points on 2 of 9 shooting. Getting choked up.
Yeah, that his stats will choke you up.
Yeah,
and his ability to play defense will choke you up even more.
Yeah, he gives you nothing on the defensive end. So, 2 of 18 from 3, and you let the other team shoot 35 free throws, then you're going to lose. Kind of impressive that Texas didn't get run out of the gym with some of those stats. But you're going to love this, Buck. Another classic from Sean Miller. Oh, yeah.
He had another classic. Huh? Great.
Yeah, not quite as great as the crossing the street metaphor. I don't think anything will ever top that.
No.
But he calls it like he sees it. He tells it how it is. And last night wasn't the first instance where Texas has just fouled too much. I mentioned Texas going into last night was number 1 at shooting free throws. Well, now they rank 264th in the country in terms of defensive free throw rate. So while they're elite at getting to the line, they are really, really bad at preventing other teams from.
They're elite at hacking.
They are elite at hacking. That's a better way to describe it. Sean Miller, this whole thing was about 2 minutes. I cut off about 30 seconds of it, so it's still a little lengthy. But Sean Miller, after the game, this is in his introductory statement of his post-game press conference, talking about a big problem with his basketball team.
What our team, and this is a Texas problem, is we have a virus called fouling. And it has plagued us from the opening tip of the first game until tonight. It's not the officials. It's not Kentucky. We will foul the living shit out of you. We will foul a three-point shooter. We'll foul at the end of the clock. We'll leave our feet on drives. We'll reach. You describe the foul, and the team that I'm coaching will commit it. Tonight, we lost. Kentucky was 30 for 35 from the line. It's hard to win an SEC road game when the home team is 30 for 35 from the line. I'm not messing around like the officiating. Officiating was fine. It was called the right way. We fouled. 2 of the last fouls in the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, 1 at half court, and 1 like under 5 seconds where you just stay down, and if he makes the shot, he makes it. We have to be able to play defense without fouling. I mean, if we did a better job of playing, not just in this game, but in some others, of not fouling, we would have a couple more wins under our belt because we're not that far off.
That's fun. That's best. That's the best. That's better than the cross. That's great right there. We will foul the living shit out of you. That is great. He's right. I'm going to tell you. And that team, it's got some football similarities too. They're not that smart. Dude, it was like 14 seconds left. They're down by 3. They're letting the clock run, and they finally fouled. They let like 5 or 6 seconds go off the clock. I'm like, what are you expecting to do? There's only 13 seconds left. You're down by 3. Why are you guys backing off? Like you're going to let him come up the court and dribble out the clock? It's like, you got to hack that guy. You're great at doing it. You're great at hacking. Just go dive on the guy like you normally would do.
Well, the 2 possessions that Sean Miller brought up, I mean, I haven't done a lot of yelling at my TV watching this basketball team this year. My expectations aren't that high, number 1. Number 2, it's January. It's like feels a little early to be yelling at the television watching college basketball. I yelled at my TV when those two fouls happened. So Texas, the first instance came with about a minute and a half left in the game. Texas had fought all the way back. They were down double digits and they clawed back to 4, right? It's like, okay, all we need is a stop here and we got a shot to make this a one-possession game.
Yes.
They're pressuring. At this point, they're pressuring. Right? A little full-court press, make Kentucky work a little harder to get across the timeline. Don't let them get comfortable on offense. And Tremont Mark, a sixth-year senior, Buck. This guy's 24 years old. Guys he's guarding are 18 and 19. This guy's 24 years old.
He was older than Shaq.
Yeah, so older than Shaq.
Yes.
He's not doing as many commercials as Shaq.
No.
Nobody is. He fouls the Kentucky point guard at half court. Damn near 50 feet away from the hoop. He fouls the guy, gives him 2 free throws. But wait, there's more. Texas, they get a couple buckets. They cut the deficit to 2. And then the other possession, oh my God, the Longhorns defended so well. They did everything right for 28 seconds of the 30-second shot clock. And then Aberdeen gets into the paint, but still, if he's got to shoot, it's going to be a fall-away jumper over a bunch of trees down there. And he pump fakes. Modest jumps in the air. Aberdeen jumps into him. 2 free throws. That makes it a 4-point game, a.k.a. 2 possessions.
You're 7 feet tall. That guy is not shooting. The only way you can do it is to have him jump into you or you just leave your feet. Just keep your hands up.
All he had to do was stay on the ground in that spot. Sean Miller said it. All they had to do was stay on the ground. I don't think – look, if he makes that shot, you tip your cap. That's a hell of a shot, and damn, that sucks. It's just not your night. But you cannot give them 2 free throws in that situation. In both of those situations, again, they went 6 minutes without a field goal. They were struggling offensively.
Dude, Aberdeen went to the line an awful lot last night, too.
Yeah.
He was up faking everybody. They were hacking him all over.
12 free throws for him, 9 of 12 at the free throw line. And the 6th Backstreet boy, Colin Chandler, that guy had a hell of a game. He had 6 free throws himself, 6 for 6 at the line. Texas, it was almost like there's the white guy. He's not good at sports. And they just let that dude be wide open all night.
Yeah, well, he's going to be a good free throw shooter.
You know that.
You know that.
I don't know with that hair, though, if that's a guy I'd let date my daughter.
I like him. His game was okay. He had a really good game.
Yeah, it was one of his best games of his career. And Texas, they kind of let it happen. They gave him a lot of clean looks. But, yeah, it's not just the quantity of fouls. It's the timeliness of those fouls that just –
What did you think about the 13 seconds when they were letting the clock run? What were they expecting to do? Why weren't they – I know you got to go after the ball right away, but after you don't get the inbound pass, aren't you supposed to get to that guy and not let clock run? You only have so much time. Yeah,
they should have fouled quicker. I think there was 9 seconds left, and Texas had just cut it to 3. Cut it to 3. And they tried a quick trap after the inbounds, and I think it was because Dalen Swain had 4 fouls. He didn't want to foul out.
Yeah, what was it I do? Who cares if you foul out? No. You need to stop the clock.
Well, look, I get – he wants, I think it was Jordan Pope, the other guy, whoever was there, that guy should have fouled. Because
Correct.
If somehow, and very slim chances at that point, but if somehow it's a 3-point game, Kentucky misses both free throws, and you make a 3 and the game goes to overtime, Dalen Swain was your offense last night. So that guy's like, I want to be on the floor because if I'm out of this game, if we somehow force an extra period, we have 0 chance to win. So
no,
look,
one of those 2 guys have to foul.
Someone has to. It didn't matter. I don't think it ultimately mattered at all. 3 seconds went off the clock. Kentucky
they weren't going to miss 2 free throw shots.
Right, anyway. They made both of them to make it a 5-point game. So I think the game was over at that point. But no, that's a fair gripe. It's like you guys foul when you're not supposed to all the time, and this is supposed to foul. And why does it take you so long to do that? So there's a virus. Buck.
I love the I got to hear that again.
We're playing the first half. We're playing the first half of that again.
That's pretty good.
Sean Miller, post-game last night.
What our team, and this is a Texas problem, is we have a virus called fouling. And it has plagued us from the opening tip of the first game until tonight. It's not the officials. It's not Kentucky. We will foul the living shit out of you. We'll foul a 3-point shooter. We'll foul at the end of the clock. We'll leave our feet on drives. We'll reach. You described the foul, and the team that I'm coaching will commit it.
So good.
That is so good. We will foul the living shit out of you.
You described the foul, and the team that I'm coaching will commit it. You're going to have a whole page of drops from Sean Miller.
Yeah, what he's done, yeah.
I love this guy, man. Now, look, he's still in the honeymoon period, right? Like year 2, year 3, year 4, he's going to have to start winning more games than he's winning in year 1.
I need the football coach to say some of these things like this when they get their penalties. Oh.
What a change of pace. I mean, look, Texas basketball is 264 in terms of opponent free throw rate. That's very bad. But there are 365 teams in college basketball. So they're not even in the bottom 100 in terms of foul rate. Again, I have higher aspirations than that. The comparison I'm making here is Texas is second to last in the country in football in penalties per game. And the head coach of that team won't say anything close to what Sean Miller just said.
No.
So that's a nice change of pace from the basketball coach. Refreshing.
We will foul the living shit. That is great.
That is great.
And they do, man. When they foul them, they get their hacks in. If you're an official, you're like, I really can't turn my back to this one because you're slapping that guy's wrist or hitting that guy with your shoulder. I'm sorry if you can't front him up, that you have to push him, when he goes by, because most of them are going by you guys, and they're, like I said, what's the problem? And they're really good enough athletes to not have guys go by them. They look to that big guy in the middle like he's going to block. They push everything towards him like he's going to block it. And you know what he's going to do? Instead of just keeping his arms up, he's going to leave his feet too, just like Sean Miller said. He's going to leave his feet, going to leave the ground, and try to make himself 8 feet tall. My goodness.
He's not a great shot blocker. He averages 0.8 blocks per game this year. He's tall, which is good, gives you some rim protection, but I mean, he's not Mutombo down there. It's not a guy that, you can just, I'll let my guy blow by me because I know this guy's going to block every shot. He's not Wembanyama for a more modern day comparison. Jordan Pope's not a good defender. Tremont Mark's not a good defender.
And Tremont Mark should be a good defender. He's 30 years old. He's got all the athletic ability. He's just lazy sometimes. He just looks like he's not, oh, no, that's all right. I let him go by. No big deal. I'll get it. I'll get it back at the end. He had that turnover last night, and then he got to steal him for a dunk. But the stupid turnover he had was just ridiculous.
Right.
The midway point in the second half. I'm like, dude, that's great. I'm glad you stole the ball and got the 2 points back.
Oh, yeah. I know the exact play. Yeah. Oh, my God. Sean Miller. You could see Sean Miller at the top of your screen.
Or I thought he was about to yank him out of the game for that turnover.
Yeah, he was losing his mind. And then a second later, Tremont Mark gets the steal and turns it into a fast break layup on the other end. It's like, all right, my bad, coach. I got you on this. But yeah, there's not a lot of great on-ball defense. Like Dalen Swain's a very good defender when he's engaged. Kendall Weaver's a very good defender. Modest is solid down there when he doesn't foul.
But any of those other yahoos that get in the game, you can forget about it. Pope is, like I said, when Pope is in, you're playing 5-on-4.
Yeah, I don't know if I would describe anybody else as a great defensive player on this team right now. So, oh man, yep, 2 of 18 from 3, and you give up 30 points at the free throw line. That is how you lose a game on the road in the SEC, especially against a good team and one of the most hostile environments in the sport.
So when does your group get together again? When does your gang get together for another watch party?
Saturday. The Longhorns are back in Austin to take on Georgia. It's a big game.
Yeah, baby.
Big game. Georgia's ranked number 22. They won at Mizzou earlier this week. It's a quality team. And look, you've got them in your barn. We talked about it yesterday. According to Joe Lenardi, Texas is the last team in the NCAA tournament field. A lot of games to go.
Oh, I know. Already they're last team in. We're talking about them being last team in.
After last night, they're probably in the first 4 out category.
Yes.
Right? Like that's how close to the bubble Texas is right now, to where it's like every single game is going to swing you either in or out. So if the Longhorns beat Georgia on Saturday, that's a quadrant 1 win against a ranked team, then I would think they would still be in Joe Lenardi's next bracketology. Unless he makes one tonight or tomorrow.
Somebody wants to know if it's that AI generator or is that really Sean Miller? I got that. That's that dude.
Dude, it's real. It's so I mean, I stayed up till like that late. I think they posted the press conference around 10 last night. I'm like, I'm going to stay up and wait until I get to hear what the head coach has to say because he gives you the goods.
He certainly does.
Honeymoon period for me. I think he's doing a pretty solid job. And you could tell, like, the team is taking to some of his message. They've played a lot harder and a lot tougher since that Tennessee game after he called out those guys' effort and intensity. So now this is sort of the point of emphasis. And Sean Miller, I cut this part out of the quote, like the last 30 seconds. He talked about, like, it's my task to get my team to do it. So he's not just like pointing fingers on my team sucks and it's not my fault. He's like, it is my task to get us to stop fouling on defense. So now he's got to emphasize it. I think he will. We'll see on Saturday if that emphasization, that's not a word, if him emphasizing it actually turns into results. So I love it, man. It's refreshing. And I'm tired. We don't execute. Like, some coaches, like, that's all they give you. We just didn't execute.
We had it right there. We were right there. We just didn't. Now that gets old.
He's an old school guy. I mean, he played in the Big East in the 80s. He doesn't take any shit.
Yeah, right? You're right.
He's not like, oh, I'm going to coddle the kids these days. They got these personalities and egos. I got to massage them and be soft and what. He's going to coach you up. And that's what he's doing right now. So,
he just can't find 6 guys or 7 guys that make it work. They all have these weird deficiencies. You know, last night you got Kendall Weaver with 14 points. That's going to be close to an all-time high for that dude. I mean, that'll be one of the all-time highs for the season for him. When you get 14 from him, you can't afford to lose.
You know, and I mean, you get 29 from Dalen Swain, who was so good last night. My God, he deserves his flowers. He was awesome. Some of the finishes he had at the 10, just ridiculous. He had a Sports Center top 10 type of move last night, and just the spin moves off the dribble. I mean, he got wherever he wanted and whatever he wanted last night. You hate to waste a performance like that from him and the one you got from Weaver. But again, 2 of 18 from 3 and all those fouls. That's how you do it. All right, we'll take your thoughts.
Yeah, you can have the herky-jerky lefty. It's almost time for him to be gone.
Yeah, he's got to go.
Maybe, unless he got another 2 years.
Maybe he'll sue the NCAA and get him, because that's that's what the cool kids are doing these days.
That is what the cool kids are doing, brother.
It's Saturday. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Texas basketball falls at Kentucky 85-80. Again, the Longhorns back home Saturday to take on the Dogs. They go from the Cats to the Dogs of Georgia. Take your thoughts. We will shift gears here, man. Buck, we dunk on Texas Tech a lot, and we really dunk on the education or lack thereof comes from Texas Tech. But the Red Raiders are very smart. They're doing something that I kind of wish Texas was doing, that I think a lot of teams around the country kind of wish they were doing too. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick with the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more. They've got tons of Texas-themed items and plenty of jelly cats there for you. New jelly cats are in, whether you can make a backpack out of them. Hey, man, you can make luggage out of them if you want to. They've got tons of them over at 5222 Burnett Road, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. And online orders, you get free shipping of online orders, $59 or more, free curbside pickup. And as I say, plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Go on over to Sue Patrick. Say hello to Jay and the gang. Say hello to Sue, of course, back there. She'll be holding court as she does every morning. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed.
Got my hat on today.
Likewise. Love Sue Patrick. Love audiovisual consultations as well. Our guy, Tom McKay, been doing it for a long time. Not quite 50 years like Sue Patrick, but Tom McKay is coming up on 40 years with audiovisual consultations.
Wow. That dude's old.
He's old. Yeah, he's old as shit. 1988 is when they started, but their mission has stayed the same. They want to hook you up with the best in tech, TVs, speakers, surround sound, whole home lighting, heated floors. Oh my God. I'm going to be so jealous of you folks who have called AV consultations and gotten
this weekend
heated floors for your bathroom this weekend. Yeah, that sounds nice. I'm also going to be jealous of the guy who just got the new golf simulator tech that Tom McKay is offering right now. The new Foresight, it's just the top of the line, high end, creme de la creme model of golf simulator. He just installed the first system in some guy's house here in Austin. I'm going to need Tom to give me that address so I could show up at that guy's door.
Show up at his door.
You can do that for you too. That's the point. All the TVs, the speakers, the lighting, the surveillance cameras to keep you and your loved ones safe, the golf simulators. You want to elevate your home. You want to make it more badass here in 2026. Call on AV Consultations, 512-255-8678. They're the best at what they do, the best products, the best people, the best customer service. Just give them a call, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. Again, 512-255-8678 or avconsultations.com.
And, of course, our good friends over at Relax the Back. Relax the Back, folks, they have everything that you are looking for. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair as we speak. I love this chair. This chair has been great for me over 20 years. I wouldn't change it up. I know they've got some new types of Relax the Back chairs over there for your thoracic back, but this one fits the old back just perfectly. And you can get something that helps you out, whether it's your shoulders, your lumbar area, your hips, the accessories that they have there, those human scale office chairs, of course, zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic pillows, and mattress sets are all available to you at Relax the Back. They have two great locations. One is at the Hill Country Galleria. That's right across the street from Whole Foods, which I will be shopping at today, of course. And then the Gateway Shopping Center up north, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Also, a shout out to our friends at centextickets.com as well. Hey, 1 o'clock this Saturday, Texas and Georgia. Back at the Mood if you want to be there. Centex Tickets has you covered. They have you covered for every Texas basketball game, men's and women's, all season long. Plus, concert tickets, Broadway show tickets, festivals, comedy shows, you name it. Hey, Texas baseball starts less than a month from now. Texas softball right around the corner as well. You want to watch the defending champs this year at McCombs? Boom. Centex Tickets has you covered with all of your seats all season long. Just go to centextickets.com and don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at centextickets.com.
Sweet.
All right, Buck, I got to give Texas Tech some love here. And you know I don't like doing that.
No, I agree. I know you don't.
So, yesterday, the Big 12 Conference released its conference schedule for the upcoming 2026 football season. Obviously, the SEC did this a few weeks ago. We've known what Texas's schedule is since the middle of December. But the Big 12, waiting until now to get that done. Do a little screen share here. This is Texas Tech's upcoming schedule for 2026. They have non-conference games against Abilene Jewish, Oregon State, who was 2-10 last year,
them Beavers,
and Sam Houston.
Is that in the first? Those are first weeks.
Those are 3 of their first 4 games.
Wow.
Abilene Christian, Oregon State, Sam Houston. Then just look at their Big 12 schedule. I mean, they don't have to play BYU, who was the other really good team in the conference this year. And
is there no Arizona State in there?
There is Arizona State in there.
And Arizona, yes.
There's no Utah in there. There's no Kansas schools in there.
There's Cincy without their quarterback.
I mean, this schedule, go ahead and reserve a spot in the college football playoff for Texas Tech. I mean, this is insane, Buck. They have gamed the system. And look, your conference is what your conference is. But, I mean, Abilene Christian, Oregon State, Sam Houston, that's Texas Tech saying, clearly the college football playoff committee just cares about wins and losses. We're not going to schedule a very tough non-conference game.
Dude, the conference games, West Virginia, Colorado. I'm even going to throw in the University of Houston in there. Really?
Yeah, I mean, they're conference games like that. They finished first. Obviously, they won the Big 12. They don't have to play the team that finished second or the team that finished third here in 2025 next year.
They've got Baylor in there too, at least.
Yeah, they do have Baylor in there too.
Wow.
At least. Wow.
Look at that, Scott. Wouldn't Texas love to have that schedule right there?
So this is the problem with college football is that the way the rules are set up right now, and again, tomorrow is the deadline. We are going to get some answer one way or another about what the college football playoff is going to look like in 2026. But the way the rules have been set up, the way this thing has been treated, this schedule is going to be looked at the exact same as the 9-game SEC schedule plus Ohio State that Texas has.
Was there any Indianas on here that Cinderella stories? Maybe University of Houston can become the next Cinderella story.
Maybe the University of Houston can become the next Cinderella story.
No, I don't think so. That's not the next Indiana. Maybe Sam Houston becomes the next Indiana. How's that?
That's the most ridiculous question you've ever asked.
No, no way.
But I would
There's
like to
somebody
see
in
it.
this- Maybe West Virginia. How about the Mountaineers becoming the next Indiana?
No, I don't need that either. So compare what you just saw to what Texas has now. I mean, Ohio State.
Well, wait a minute. Start out with game number one. Let's just not bypass those cats. You're like walking right over them.
You know, it's funny. That's fair because Texas State would be tougher than any of the non-conference opponents that Texas Tech has. So that's where we're at right now.
Wow.
UTSA, who Texas will see in week 3 after Ohio State comes to town, they are also tougher than any non-conference game that Texas Tech will play this year. And obviously you get Tennessee, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, LSU, Texas A&M on your schedule in conference play. So it's pretty insane, Buck. I mean, Texas Tech, and they're not alone, but like out of all of the playoff contending teams that I've seen next year, they have the easiest schedule of anybody. Now, Notre Dame's schedule gives them a run for their money. It's a joke because like their one tough game that they have on the schedule every year is USC, and they don't even have to play that anymore.
So they've taken on BYU, I believe, now.
They do have BYU, but, I mean, the rest of their games are just a bunch of nobodies. Like, Texas played 5 top 10 teams in 2025. They went 3-2 against them. Again, Texas was the first team since 2019 to beat 3 top 10 teams in the same year. Yet, they didn't make the playoff because, well, they lost 2 games to top 10 teams because they had a really hard schedule. And they also lost 1 they shouldn't have lost 2.
Yes.
But like some of these schools are doing such a good job of just gaming the system. And here we are with Texas. It's like, oh, here we go again. Brutal non-conference game early. Now the SEC has made it even harder on themselves with the 9th game. And I'm going to be watching Texas Tech steamroll these teams by 30 points every weekend, wondering, damn, is this fair?
Excited. I'm still excited Texas has their schedule. I'm excited for the people that go to the games, the fans that go to the game. I'm excited to talk about it more so than I would about Texas playing Sam Houston again.
What does this do? Does this change your mind?
What of getting soft schedules?
No, the last 3 national champions, Buck, all out of the Big Ten, by the way. The Big Ten has done a pretty good job of this too. They have so many teams in their conference. You know, we talk about this. Like, you pick a Big Ten schedule, there will be a team next year that does not have to play Indiana, Oregon, or Ohio State.
Yeah, I don't know how they do that part.
Well,
they throw in Penn State like it's somebody.
There's 18 teams. That's how they do it. And you play 9 conference games. So you just, like, it's a rotation. And there will be some years where, like, hey, luck is on your side. But that schedule is going to be weighed the same as a very difficult schedule that a team like Texas has. So, by the way, the last 3 national champs, all out of the Big Ten, none of them played a hard non-conference game the year that they won the championship. Michigan's non-conference schedule in 2023, they played East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green. Ohio State, 2024, Akron, Western Michigan, Matthew McConaughey at Marshall. Indiana, this past year, Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, Indiana State.
Yeah, two of those 3 have winning records, I believe. But what does it mean? What's it mean?
What does it mean? I don't know. The last 3 national champions are setting themselves up with a lot easier schedules than you are, and well, it's helping them get into the playoff. Right?
Oh, yeah, that's right, because those are wins. That's right. Those count as wins. That's most important.
Like if Ohio State in 2024, if they had a really hard non-conference game that they lost, they wouldn't have made the playoff.
No.
Which means they wouldn't have won the national championship. So, I don't know. Texas has already come out and said they're keeping Ohio State and Michigan on the schedule.
Which they should, I still believe, yes.
But it's 3 years in a row where, like the Big Ten, with all the crappy teams they have in their conference, with all the expansion that they've done, and their good teams not playing a lot of tough teams in the non-con, they are giving their teams easy paths to make it to the CFP.
Okay, well, if this thing gets expanded to 16 teams, there's still no excuse for the University of Texas not to be there. I don't care who they're playing. They don't. There's no way that there's not going to be any excuse this year, no matter what.
They should still make it.
Yes,
they should still make it, but they're making it harder on themselves. Is the point that I'm making?
They're making it harder on themselves. They're satisfying their alumni base.
You know who's satisfied? You know whose alumni base is satisfied right now?
Indiana.
Yeah. You think their fans are like, damn, we had to watch our team play Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, and Indiana State this year. No.
Dude, but they've been crap forever.
So
they've
what?
been watching. They've been
we haven't
crap.
won a national title in 20 years. I'd like to win one of those.
I don't like you getting soft like this. You're sounding way too soft. You sound like a junior high soft coach. Don't be like that, coach.
I'm trying to win. I'm trying to win a championship. All right. Now, look, you can win a championship and beat Ohio State in week 2. I understand that.
Yes, and you can have a rough schedule and beat some of these teams.
They did. They won 3 games against top 10 teams, more than anybody in the sport. Normally, like if you're a team that goes 3, if you're a coach that goes 3-2 against top 10 opponents in like a 2 or 3 year span, you're given a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, I'm not saying Texas. I don't like what they're doing. That's smart, but that's when they got people paying millions of dollars for their players. Wow.
Paying millions for championships, not for week 2 games.
Well, I don't see any national championships over banners. I don't see them holding any banners.
Who?
Texas Tech. No matter what they do. Hey, no matter what they do.
Well, like if Texas Tech had Texas's schedule this past year, I don't know if they make the playoff. If Texas Tech have Texas's schedule next year, I don't know if they make the playoff. I'm not sitting here telling you I know for sure Texas will be in the CFP next year. Do I feel good about it? Yeah. But I felt good about it this past year. They didn't make it. They played 5 top 10 teams. Texas Tech played 0 until the playoff, and they got shut out and steamrolled by Oregon.
Yes.
So, I don't know. Like it's other teams are gaming the system, I think, and Texas is not. Again, best case scenario, you beat Ohio State, you win all these SEC games, you're going to get a lot more credit if you're a national champ coming through this schedule.
Yeah, but they don't have like credit on the rings or the trophy. They just have, this is what you did. You're right. They don't have who you played. They don't to say that this was this or that. They just give you a national championship and you get to put that banner up.
Right. Look, if college football comes out today or tomorrow and says we are totally reshaping the way that we pick our teams in the playoff, and they're like, yeah, no, probably not, but I trust it more than them not saying anything. And then it's like, all right, fine. You're right.
Well, I don't trust them doing the 12-team deal again.
Okay. Well, then.
For sure. I hope when they get to 16 immediately.
We could be in this exact same spot. They need to make some
decisions. What do they got? A couple days?
Tomorrow. The deadline's tomorrow.
Yeah, well.
And again, the holdup here, at least according to multiple sources,
Big Ten,
is that the SEC and the Big Ten aren't seeing eye to eye. They both are okay with 16 teams, but the Big Ten wants 24 teams down the road. And they want some assurances that that's going to happen. Like, hey, we'll agree to 16.
And Northwestern and Minnesota get in?
Right. We'll give you the 16 that you want, SEC, but you got to give us the 24 that we want in a couple years. And the SEC is like, Jesus, 24? Do we need that? And that's the holdup. And if nothing happens, by the way, if they can't come to an agreement, then we're going to remain at 12 for at least next year. They can reconvene and figure out what happens in, 2027 season, early 2028 playoff after that.
Or did you think initially that before it's all said and done, it was going to get to no more than 24? Did you think 24 would be the limits for the next 20 years probably anyway?
I was kind of hoping 16 would be the limit for the next 20 years. But, the FCS moved to 24 teams a few years ago. So I guess the FBS, right, can point to that and say, well, there's another division in our sport that already does the same thing. So let's just do what they do. But I don't know. I thought college basketball was going to stop at 64, and they went to 68, and now they're talking about going to 76. So how can you feel good if they go, Buck, from 4? I mean, they were at 2 in 2013, just over a decade ago.
Right.
If they go from 4 to 24 in like 5 or 6 years, how can you feel good that it's going to stop at 24?
Well, I don't. I mean, I was hoping that 24 would be their max for a long, long time, but I'm also seeing schools suing players and players suing schools, and guys getting to play for 14 years, guys, quarterbacks making $10 million as college players. There's a lot that it's hard to digest in the world of college football anyway.
100%.
Hey, February 4th doesn't mean anything. My God, come on.
National Signing Day.
Yeah, I mean, come on, really. Just want to remind you I haven't forgot.
All right. We'll see what happens in 13 days, because that's when National Signing Day 2 will take place.
How about the excitement building up for that?
There is none. There are more people in my Texas basketball clan than there are in your National Signing Day 2 fan club.
Oh, my God. I got to believe some people are with me. They're excited about February 4th.
Yeah, I mean, maybe someone's birthday is February.
It's going to be like the U.S. It's going to be like the British Open, where I get up at like 2:00 in the morning. I'm going to get up February 4th before we do the show and just be so excited.
Hey, could be watching some tennis down under right now, the Australian Open. Just wake up and watch that.
I'm going to get my coach's gear, my bike shorts on, the whole works. Whistle, everything. I'm going to be ready to roll.
For golf?
No, for the high schoolers, the ones that are left.
For National Signing Day 2?
Yes.
So we looked up yesterday that none of the top 200 recruits will be signing because they've already signed.
Nobody's dad said, "Hey, hold on here. We're gonna search this out and see what's best fits my son." Nobody's dad has done that, or did they just say, "No, you better take where you can get right now, because there's not going to be anything available for you."
It's crazy. Like, there's just no buzz around high school recruiting right now. Whether it's the signing day coming up in less than 2 weeks, or like even future recruiting classes. And I get it. I mean, National Signing Day 1 isn't until December, so some people might think it's ridiculous that we're talking about this in January. But in the past, before this transfer portal thing, it's like, all right, you're already paying attention. Like, hey, the high school, our college coaches are on the road. They're going to high schools. They're meeting with these kids. Where's Sark? Where's Coach Boom? Where are all of our position coaches? Who are we talking to right now? And the true diehards out there are still like caring, but it's lost so much steam because of how much the transfer portal has impacted the sport and how teams are winning with transfer guys more than high school guys.
Yeah, that's the deal. It's who you win with too. They're looking at that and going, I don't want those high school players. I thought this whole system was not going to really. I kept truly believing that you still have to have your high school system. It has to work that way. And now I'm like, no, you don't.
Yeah,
you're not going to win with those. You're not going to win with this 17, 18-year-old guys. You're going to win with somebody else's 22 and 23-year-old dudes.
Well, all of society, Buck, has turned into, what have you done for me lately? And now that's what college football recruiting has turned into. What have you done lately?
You take these young guys, you develop them. I'll take them away from you here in 2 years.
Yeah.
They'll be with my team.
Exactly. Yeah, you G5 schools, y'all develop these guys, and we'll just poach who we want in a couple of years.
That is incredible.
It's amazing. Again, high school recruiting's not going away. You still would love to recruit and develop, but you've already seen a philosophy change with Texas, and you're seeing it with a number of schools around the country that
It's great for volleyball, for women's soccer and volleyball. They're doing just fine.
well, they get transfers too.
Yeah, they
It's
get
not
them too.
Yeah, it's not as talked about as football, but it's if you can get a proven player that you know can come in and make an impact right away versus this guy was really good in high school, and like we hope in 2 or 3 years he's going to be really good in college too. Which one would you rather take? If you can only pay one of them and they're charging you the same amount, which one are you going with?
Probably take the one that's already been developed and coached up and has a little bit of experience.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
What about my homegrown offensive linemen? Those dudes don't even exist.
Now with Texas, because we've whiffed on some offensive line recruiting in the last couple of years, high school and the portal.
Yeah,
But
really.
still, I mean, we're approaching the midnight hour. Is that a Wilson Pickett song, In the Midnight Hour?
Yeah.
We're getting there, and the offensive line still has some work left to do.
Hey, February 4th, they're all waiting. There's a couple just hanging out. Just think it's over with. You'll find out in 13 days what's going on.
Some 3-star is going to come in and start for Texas this fall. Some unsigned 3-star is going to be added to this class, and he's going to be ready to roll for Texas.
No, I got to ask Chip, is there one or two that are out there that are available that just aren't playing the game? They're saying, no, I'm going to wait this out. My dad told me we need to make sure that everything is just perfect for February 4th for signing day. And there won't be anybody. You know how they used to gather together in the lunchroom, 4 or 5 guys at a school? You'll be the only one. You'll be by yourself with nowhere to go. Hey, so where is he going? We're still waiting to hear from Cincinnati or, UTSA, but we haven't heard from them yet this morning.
I don't even know if the coaches are all going to get together that day. We'll see.
No, they probably will be on the road.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
It depends. Like if Texas is expecting somebody to sign, which as of now they are not, then all right, they'll be at the school. But if not, then it's like that's the off season.
Hey, have a day off.
Yeah, take a day.
Wow.
Or go recruit for next year's class. We're done with this one. Times they are a changing, my friend.
Boy, that didn't take long.
Yeah, buck off to all of the.
Yeah, that's a buck off for me. That's the excitement of the 4th and kids and at high schools and everybody in the high school being all jacked up about, we're going to sign here at the school or we got a big gathering. Those days are gone. They gather at December before Christmas now.
Yeah, they're not gone. It's just moved up a couple of months.
Yeah.
That's how it is. So we'll
we
see.
Until the transfer portal, we still thought that February 4th would have guys still hanging around.
Yeah. That number's been going down a little more by the year. And it's like an inverse relationship between the popularity of the portal and the popularity of the February signing day.
Right. Yeah, that's about, they're not even going to have, that's not even going to be a day anymore. It's going to be, the day will happen, but that's going to have nothing involved with college football. It's got another passing day.
You and I will go to Cover 3 or Hat Creek and have a lunch together to celebrate.
Yeah. I will be celebrating, yes, with my with my coach's gear on.
All right, I'm going to sit at a different table then if you're wearing bike shorts. I don't need any part of that. Oh, man. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get back into some college football, some unfortunate transfer portal news for Texas, although it was expected. And Gary Patterson is back.
Back where?
I'll tell you in a moment. We got some NFL audio to get into. Is there now a worse owner in football than Jerry Jones? There may be. We'll get to those stories in a second. But first, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello, our friends. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, please contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, rheumatology, joint replacement, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, love those dudes. Dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Texas Orthopedics. Also a shout out to Altstadt Beer, the best beer in the world. And we're lucky enough to have it right here in our own backyard. If you're going to be hunkering down this weekend, which you probably will, make sure when you're doing all your grocery shopping that you hit the beer section and get you some Altstadt. Keeps you warm in these cold winter months in Central Texas. Tons of different brews. They've got the lager. They've got the Kolsch. They've got a Hefeweizen. That's fantastic. They've got a light beer. That's better than any light beer you've ever had in the past. Tons of seasonal brews as well. I'm telling y'all, it's something for every beer drinker out there. So if you're hunkering down, hey, you got sports this weekend. Bunch of college basketball on Saturday, hockey this weekend, and of course the conference championships on Sunday. You need beer to accompany your sports watching. You just need beer in the fridge at all times. Altstadt is my choice. It should be yours as well. You can pick some up wherever you buy your beer, grocery stores, liquor stores, you name it. Of course, if you're hitting the town, your favorite bars and restaurants, there's a very good chance they carry Altstadt beer because it's a very good beer. And if they're not carrying it, you should tell them they should carry it because it's fantastic. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Love it.
Yes, indeed. But Gary Patterson is back. He will be the defensive coordinator at USC. Yes, that USC. Lincoln Riley has hired the longtime TCU coach who was recently announced as a college football Hall of Famer. He's going to be inducted later this year. He's going to USC to be their DC.
Wow.
How about that?
From Fort Worth to Austin to California, huh?
Don't forget about the year he had in Waco.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Gary Patterson.
He'd probably like to forget about that.
Yeah, I think we'd all like to forget every time we've ever been in Waco in our lives. Gary Patterson, obviously the legendary coach at TCU from 2000 to 2021. That's really, like, 2021 was the last year that he was a real coach. He spent a year as like a consultant at Texas in 2022. Then he had an analyst role at Baylor in 2024. Did not do anything in terms of coaching this past year. Like, hasn't really had a gig, at least an on-field role, since 2021. So that's, 4 seasons that have passed since he's been on the sideline. He's in his 60s. And Lincoln Riley, who is still trying to get his defense figured out there on the left coast, goes with him.
Really?
Think he still has it?
I don't know. I like that guy. I've always liked Gary Patterson. Love his wife even more, Kelsey. I think she's awesome. I thought they would be sticking around Austin. I thought they would be messing with grandkids by now, but obviously Gary still's got that itch, man. Still got that itch. That was my Texas angel when I was at Texas. She was the one that, when I bring recruits in, she showed them all around the place. She was magnificent. What a wonderful person she is. And she always wanted to get back to Austin, Texas. I think she thought her husband one day would be the head coach of University of Texas, and this was her home, and man, and now she's going to be moving out to California. That's going to be something different. But then I got grandkids now. They're past that stage of, the kids. It's not about the kids anymore. He's grandpa now, probably.
Right. You take another $1 million or so to be a defensive coordinator for a couple of years. That'll be good for the grandkids, right?
Always come back here and retire.
Right. Yeah. I wonder how hard Gary Patterson has been trying to get jobs these last couple of years, right? Like, has nobody
just waiting on somebody to call him up and say, would you be interested?
Right. I wonder if people have called, like, has he been selective and I'm good being kind of retired. I'm going to hang out with my family. I'm going to enjoy my life. And then, it's USC. I can't turn down USC. Or was it just, people thought the game had maybe passed him by. He's a little too old and things got rough at the end in Fort Worth. So people just didn't even reach out. I don't know. Maybe he was holding out hope for a head coaching gig and he's like, I'm not going to get a good one of these. So I'll just be a defensive coordinator now. I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, as a coach, he's banked enough money, but if somebody offers you, $1.5 million to be a D coordinator at that age, and you're right on the verge of retirement anyway, what can it do? I mean, if you still have the fire and he's still got that fire in his belly, I mean, he hadn't gotten any dumber. I mean, I think he would get smarter to the game itself, being able to watch this game over the last couple of years. I think it'd be just, hey, can't do any worse than anybody that dude has ever had out there for sure.
It sure feels that way. Yeah, better than Alex Grinch.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Yeah, Gary Patterson going to USC.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, he's one of the best defensive minds in the 21st century of college football. His track record speaks for itself. And I'll always wonder, like, would Gary Patterson have taken the Texas job after Mac left if Texas really went all in on him?
For him, yes, he probably would have. But he just wasn't I don't know. There was just something about him that I don't think they would have sparked the folks here. There's just something about Gary that wouldn't have sparked up, he was a name brand, but he wasn't a name brand. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at that point, TCU had not joined it was maybe right after they had joined the Big 12, kind of right around that timeline. Obviously, he had a bunch of success when TCU was in the Mountain West and the WAC early on. It kept winning.
Yeah, I think people would have loved him because, that whole soft moniker that Texas had been riding for years. They're just the kids are just a little bit soft. I think he would have got rid of that moniker. I just don't know the X's. Yeah, I think he'd have been just fine with the defense and the X's, but the O's for offense, I just don't know if people would have been satisfied enough with what he could have done. I think that's what scared people more than anything.
Right.
But I think he'd have got rid of that. Oh, they're soft. He'd have got rid of that with these kids years ago, I would believe. But I just don't know as the total package would he have done well.
Right. Well, I think he would have done better than Charlie Strong.
Yes.
So, and Tom Herman too.
Yeah, I would say yes and yes.
That's an alternate universe, obviously, that we won't get to live in. But
wow,
there's another world where Gary Patterson would have been the head coach at Texas. Obviously, that ship has long sailed.
Sure.
And it's interesting. Pete Kwiatkowski is still out there. I'm a little surprised by that. Pete Kwiatkowski has not been hired to be a defensive coordinator or a head coach or in anything to this point. And he had kind of been linked, like as soon as, Texas moved on and hired Will Muschamp, PK's a West Coast guy. So some folks started saying, all right, USC is going to need a defensive coordinator. Could PK be the fit out there? And obviously he wasn't. Lincoln Riley going in a different direction.
Yeah, because that's what we heard. We heard how he wanted to get back to the West Coast or something, which there was no indications that he'd ever said that about anything. He just got let loose. That's all.
Right. So we'll see. I know PK was linked to Stanford for a little bit in their defensive coordinator role, but to this point, nothing has become official. But yeah, Oregon and USC are kind of the two early teams that everyone's like, okay, PK is going to end up there, right? He's such an elite defensive coordinator. And wow, Texas made a mistake firing him. One of these other blue blood or new bloods is going to pick him up. And it hasn't happened yet.
I'll say he'll surface after next year.
Yeah. I mean, he could sit the year out. And if he wants to get a job next year, right? Sure, he could.
He's revitalized, as I said, something like West Virginia.
Oof.
How do you live in Austin all those years and then go to Morgantown? I'll have to ask my sister about that. But then again, she grew up in Bethlehem. So
that is a downgrade.
Thank you very much. Yes, for sure.
Austin to Morgantown. I think PK should just retire if that's his only offer.
Well, that would be one of the things I would think about if that was the offer.
I think you could get a better offer than that, right? In terms of school, but also place to live.
I'd go down to Incarnate Word and be the defensive coordinator. I'd ask them, can I be here? I'll work for this much.
Yeah, I'll take San Antonio over Morgantown.
Yes.
Still looking for a little better. I'm not quite Charles Barkley when it comes to San Antonio, but you're
not far behind.
You're right.
Yeah,
I am far behind the women because they take up a lot of space, so it's hard to be that close to them.
There's a shot across the bow. There's
your Charles Barkley reference right there.
Yeah, I think he sits back for a year and watches college football, and so he's banked enough cash here. Just sit back and watch it for a while, and then talk to some people. They'll be interested in him.
No doubt. So that's one piece of news from college football. The other piece, and this one also ties to Texas, Prince Will Humann, the Ole Miss transfer who played his high school football at Manor, just east of Austin. He has committed and signed with LSU. Texas never stood a chance. This thing was done before he entered the portal.
He and Lane Kiffin had already talked about that deal.
Yeah, they had agreed to a deal. I mean, Ole Miss thought he was coming back. I think there was like a handshake agreement that hey, Prince Will's returning, but then Lane Kiffin got to him and It's like, hey, if you come here, we will pay
The
you.
handshake was like, oh, it looks like you've grown an inch. When you see like one of your nephews or something, you shake their hand. Oh, you've grown an inch or two. That's what that handshake was.
Yeah.
That didn't mean anything.
Nope. And he's going to LSU. That's another huge pickup for them. I mean, a top 5 player in the portal, one of the best edge rushers in the country. Again, a guy who finished tied for 3rd in the SEC in sacks this past season. He's a future NFL guy. He's a beast. And now Texas will have to play him.
Dude, that group better be playing in at least the semifinals.
I don't know. I mean, they better be in the playoff, I think.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Like when Lane Kiffin took the job, it's like, well, they're losing a lot because of the coaching change. And, you want to give your new coach a little bit of time to figure some things out. But with the amount that they've spent, I mean, they've got the number 1 portal class by far at this point. Like their team is loaded with talent, and they still might add.
Now he's been there a couple months, and they've already grown weary of him. They probably hate him by now anyway.
Oh my God, they love it. Look at what he's doing in the portal.
The people around there will hate him. They'll
grow to hate him, but it ain't happening right now.
He better be at the part of he better get this done.
Yeah. No, this is the honeymoon phase for sure. It ain't going to last. Like Sean Miller, we talked about Texas basketball a lot to start the show. I'm giving him a whole year grace period.
Sure.
Like I'm not expecting next year to be like a great team that's going to make a deep run in the tournament. I hope they are, but like there's going to be some building up here.
Yes.
Because Texas basketball does not invest like LSU football does. With Lane Kiffin, the honeymoon period ends in September
of this year.
Yeah, when they take the field for the first time in year 1. Because they have spent, I mean, right now the conversation is, oh my God, this guy is worth every penny. Why didn't we do this earlier? Why do we waste all this time with Brian Kelly? We could have already started this with this guy. Yes. He's crushing it. He is crushing it.
And then when he gets his first loss, look out.
Let me pull up LSU's schedule here. I need to.
Oh, they got the Texas Tech schedule?
No, they don't. They play Clemson.
They got 9 games.
I mean, they get Clemson to open up the year. Now, we know what Clemson has become, but I'll at least give them credit. They scheduled that game a long time ago, and Clemson is better than a lot of the other non-conference slappies that some of these schools are playing. So that's week 1. That's a home game for LSU. You better not lose to Dabo.
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
Oh, my God. I mean, last year LSU won at Clemson, and it's like, well, this team's going to be amazing. Turns out they both sucked. Week 2, Louisiana Tech. Ooh, how about this? Week 3 and week 4. Damn. At Ole Miss, the homecoming for the Lane train. And then A&M comes to town. Week 4.
Wow, those 2 back-to-backers.
That's at Ole Miss, a playoff team. Home A&M, a playoff team. So you start 2-2. Oof.
That won't be good.
I don't know if Lane Kiffin's going to want to be going to hot yoga that week in public.
No.
Might be some folks with some things to say.
Yeah, and if they get crushed by Mississippi, that's not going to be fun.
Oh my God,
it's going to be fun for the state of Mississippi. They're going to love that.
They start 1-3, which again, Clemson's so bad they're not going to, but like, not the most outlandish thought in the world. Woo-wee! Sign me up for that.
Is Cade Klubnik done? I mean, does he have like 8 more years of eligibility? He himself probably needs to want to get out of there by now.
Cade Klubnik, Austin's own, Westlake's own, he is gone. He's off to the NFL draft.
Yeah, he's got to be like, man, I can't wait to get the hell out of this place.
Felt like such a great move. Felt like such a great move for him when he went to Clemson because they were just at the top of the college football world, and they have fallen off a cliff, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
And their coach helped push them off.
Yeah. Oh my God. I wonder, and some of this falls on Cade, of course, but I wonder if Clemson was bringing in the type of talent that they were before the transfer portal was ever invented, and they had all of those dudes around Klubnik, like they had around Deshaun Watson, Trevor Lawrence.
And using the portal, oh no, it wouldn't have been that bad.
I wonder if Cade Klubnik's career would have ended.
No, because they weren't even losing slappies to North Carolina. I mean, they're losing guys like to Belichick. I mean, we probably don't want those guys if you saw what North Carolina did, but they'd have been really coached pretty good, I would think, by Dabo's group. Yeah. But you're losing the guys from Virginia to, And they used to never lose those kind of guys. When things were going good, they got who they wanted from North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia. You know, that whole seaboard there, all the way down through Maryland and D.C. Whoever they wanted, they were getting.
Yep.
And now it just got to be a struggle. He said, "Oh, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that." You're going to want to come to Clemson, and they're going to go, "No, we don't. We want to go where the money is, dude."
It's adapt or die.
Yes.
Clemson is dying because they're not adapting. So,
I guarantee that's changed. That
a little bit. Yeah, a
Yeah.
little bit, but like Clemson doesn't have a top 5 or 10 transfer portal class. Like now they're actually using the portal, where like a few years ago, they're like, we're not doing this at all. We don't care if we lose people. It's against what we believe in. So we're not adding anybody out of the
Yeah,
portal.
we got
ever.
a couple of national championships and a couple of first picks in the draft that are in the NFL. We can still do it our way.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
No, you can't. Scrolling down right now to see where Clemson is in terms of the team transfer portal rankings. Boy, we're scrolling a long way here. How about 69th?
Wow.
Nice. Not very nice for Clemson. Nice for Clemson haters. 69th.
Yeah, I remember when they talked about having barbershops for the players and stuff, you know, slides and stuff in their facility. That used to be cool. That shit ain't cool anymore. Those kids could care less about your barbershop.
Hey, unless there's a bunch of dollar bills in that slide for me when I go down.
No, they don't care about that now.
Clemson's transfer portal class ranks below Oregon State, who's homeless.
Wow.
Boston College, your guys.
They might as well be homeless too. Bill O'Brien's coming back again.
Washington State, who's also homeless. Iowa State, who lost their coach.
And their players.
Kansas in football. And a lot more.
My
Stop
God.
right there. Yeah, it's just not how you win these days. Clemson's in such a tough spot, man. They've won enough to where I don't feel bad for them. But
but their coach is going to want out because they're going to want him out. They're going to want to start getting back to what you're supposed to be doing.
Well,
so
I don't know.
He won't adapt. He's not going to adapt totally to what he has to. He's going to still think he can do it his way. So when he gets to that point, BK, where he wins 7 games, the next 7-win season later.
I don't know. He's not going to leave on his own. He's making too much money.
That's what I'm saying. Like I said, the next 7-win season, they're probably going to go, let's start over. Bye.
Oh, they owe that dude a lot of money. And it is Clemson. They don't have as much as everybody else. So I don't know. They should. Don't get me wrong. They should. It's a weird situation because he's the best coach they've ever had there. But they would love for him to do what Nick Saban did and just be like, I'm done. I'm walking away. And then it's all right.
Well, if he wins 7, maybe he will. But he's not, like you said, he's not walking away for that money.
No, exactly. You don't get the buyout if you leave on your own. So he ain't leaving on his own.
They may have some mutual agreements to give him a certain amount, but not all of the amount.
Yeah. Hey, we got a little breaking news.
All right.
Out of the transfer portal here. The Texas Longhorns have added a quarterback. You don't seem thrilled.
No, I just want to keep the one who's going to be starting upright and healthy.
MJ Morris is the new quarterback's name, transferring in from Coastal Carolina.
Philip Morris.
MJ Morris.
Okay.
Philip Morris. Not him.
Then there was a tobacco company.
Thank you. Damn, you're old.
Yes, brother, I am.
MJ Morris actually started his career at Maryland. He's been a bit of a college football journeyman. Maryland to NC State to Coastal Carolina, now to Texas. Threw for more than 2,000 yards, 20 touchdowns this past year at Coastal, where he also enjoyed those free concession stand sacks.
Absolutely, man. At halftime, are you kidding me?
Yeah. So this is some depth to the Texas quarterback room. Look, we've talked about the Longhorns being in the market for a Matthew Caldwell type. Obviously, the Longhorns did that last offseason. They went out and got an established guy who had 1 year of eligibility remaining and said, hey, man, you're going to be the backup, but in case we need you, be ready. Obviously, Matthew Caldwell was a big part of Texas's road win against Mississippi State through the game-winning touchdown in overtime and the Longhorns' miracle comeback in Stark Vegas. Texas doing the same thing. this time going after MJ Morris out of the portal. A rising redshirt senior, so he too has 1 year of eligibility remaining.
I wish I could say I'm just overwhelmed with emotions, but I'm not. But that's good. They need to have a veteran guy anyway.
Yeah, this isn't an overwhelming signing, but I think
No.
it's a smart, sensible move for Texas, don't you?
Sure.
Like
Probably
they're in almost an identical spot this year as they were last year, where they had
Sure.
like, okay, a starting quarterback that you feel really good about, but your two backups have zero college football experience. Like last year it was Trey Owens and KJ Lacey who were the two backups, and it's like, we haven't seen these guys throw any meaningful passes in a college football game. What happens if Arch Manning goes down? We're one play away from all of a sudden our entire season is hinging on dudes who have never played at this level. And so they went out and got Matthew Caldwell. Same thing this year. Obviously, Trey Owens transferred, but all Texas had behind Arch Manning before today was KJ Lacey, redshirt freshman, who barely saw any action last year, and Dia Bell, incoming true freshman. Excited about both of those guys and their futures in Austin, but neither of them have thrown a meaningful pass in a college football game.
We're not going to see him in game number 1 because Sark's going to play his starting quarterback up to the very end against Texas State because, first of all, number 1 wants to win the game. Number 2 is he's got a Heisman Trophy candidate that can rack up some huge numbers in week 1 going into week 2 against Ohio State, which I would be worried. I would be thinking, shit, I need to get my backup in that game because it is Ohio State that we'll be going up against.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't peg Sark as the type of guy who's going to leave Arch Manning out there. I mean, he pulled Arch Manning. No, he didn't. Sam Houston, when Texas beat Sam Houston 55-0, he pulled Arch Manning like very early in the third quarter.
Why I mean, throughout the year, there's opportunities that Arch finished games. But then again,
in the SEC?
Well, no, they were all dog fights.
Yeah, he left him in the UTEP game because that was close and Arch Manning was playing bad. So he's like, I got to leave you in, not for stats. I got to make sure you're playing well enough.
He'll get an opportunity in game 1.
Yeah, that's the hope, is that you're blowing Texas State out of the water to where it's like, no, we have Ohio State next week. We don't want Arch Manning playing and getting injured against Texas State. That's the hope right there. So I don't think Sark's going to go with the Heisman route. I think he realizes how long of a season he hopes his team has. He wants to make sure his guys stay fresh and ready to go. MJ Morris, by the way, I misspoke. The 2,000 yards, 20 touchdowns, that's over the course of his career.
Yes.
So
that's not a year deal.
Yeah, this past season at Coastal Carolina, he appeared in 4 games, 304 yards, 1 touchdown, 4 interceptions for Coastal. But again, he's a veteran presence who Texas is going to give a little money to, and
some insurance
insurance policy for the Longhorns, right? Not a bad idea there. So there you go. There's the big impact piece we were looking for, huh? Who said Texas was done in the portal? What a move.
And plus, don't forget, they still got February 4th.
I don't think you are going to add any more portalers at February 4th.
Not portalers, just some high school stud that's still out there.
Remember the deadline for enrolling in school?
Oh.
Yeah, don't forget about that.
Oh, we're still talking about school. You're still talking about academics? Oh, that's for anybody, though. That's not just for athletes. That's for anybody.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they should care about academics, but they have to pretend that they do.
Yes.
It's like the NFL with concussions. They don't really care that you're going to get hurt, but we got to act like we care that
guys coming back in a week, like, oh, no, they're fine.
Yeah. All right, we'll see if Texas, we're still looking for another offensive lineman. That's the one that's going to
that position that really matters. We're still looking for it.
I know, calm the masses a little bit, right? One more piece of good news. The transfer portal is closed, but again, the Indiana and Miami players have until the 24th to officially enter. So Bray Lynch, that's the name that everyone's crossing their fingers.
How would you like to be the head coach of those teams? The general manager, or whatever. You think there's some negotiation going on between the winner and the runner-up in the national championship?
Sure.
In that area? Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's how it goes, right? When the season ends, it picks up. Whether your season ends in December or if it ends in late January, you're going to have players looking for more money. Hey, I just won you a national championship, coach. What are you going to do for me?
Man.
Because I know you're getting a raise and you're getting an extension. So what am I going to get for helping you get that?
I know the AD's about to get a raise too. He brought you in here, believing in you.
Oh my
So
God.
I need to get a little something here too.
Yeah, probably right. Probably should. That's an elite hire. You couldn't have made a better hire.
Hey, Google me. That's all you have to do.
Google you or Google him?
Google him because he wins everywhere he goes.
Oh, yeah,
Google me. Google me. Google me.
That's right. Google me.
I just shortened it
Google
to that.
me.
I love that.
Google me, says Kurt Signetti. So there you go. There's your Breaking Texas Football.
You've got that, and you've got Sean Miller. That's the best.
The new one you think is the best?
The new one's the best. That's the best.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
All
Forget
right.
about crossing the street. That
Well,
whole fouling deal that's just too funny.
Let's compare them here then. Let me make sure I've got this right. So here's the first one. We got two candidates here.
Okay.
Coach Miller. And
We'll let the people weigh in on this.
You're right. Let's let the people decide. There's really three that have been good, but I think there's two that are in a league of their own right now.
Yes.
So the first one, after the Mississippi State game, at the Longhorns SEC opening loss in which they blew a 7-point lead in the final 2 minutes and fell in overtime. Sean Miller talking about some problems with his team's IQ.
Oh, it's, I think I told you guys, like a disciplined team, disciplined players, coached by a disciplined coach and environment and staff. And we have to coach those guys better in those areas. Now, if I tell you not to cross the street, and I keep telling you, and I say, I swear, whatever you do not cross the street. And you do, and the bus hits you. I'm going to take responsibility as your parent. But damn it, how many times do I have to tell you not to cross the street? We got some of that going on.
You dumbasses.
So that's candidate number one, right? Contestant
That's pretty good.
number one, crossing the streets. We got some of that going on. Contestant number two from last night's postgame following the 5-point loss to Kentucky. Sean Miller talking about a virus that has plagued his team.
What our team, and this is a Texas problem, has is we have a virus called fouling. And it has plagued us from the opening tip of the first game until tonight. It's not the officials. It's not Kentucky. We will foul the living shit out of you. We'll foul a 3-point shooter. We'll foul at the end of the clock. We'll leave our feet on drives. We'll reach. You describe the foul, and the team that I'm coaching will commit it. Tonight, we lost. Kentucky was 30 for 35 from the line. It's hard to win an SEC road game when the home team is 30 for 35 from the line. I'm not messing around like the officiating. The officiating was fine. It was called the right way. We fouled. 2 of the last fouls in the last minute and a half.
He goes on. You get the
No,
point.
dude, that's the best for me right there. We will foul the living shit. I mean, we will hack you. We will break your fingers. We will dislocate your elbows. We will hack the living shit out of you. We won't stay on the ground. We won't take a charge. We will hack you. That is great.
It's a virus, Buck. Those are hard to get rid of.
The virus of the foul. I mean, he's like, that's what every coach really wants to say when they get a bunch of hackers. I mean, he might as well have thrown, we will hack the shit out of you. I mean, he might as well have just said that.
He's the best.
I know he wanted to.
He doesn't hold back.
No, that is great.
There's no fluff. There's no coach speak. There's no sugarcoating.
Any way you can get foul, we will do it.
And he does.
We will find a way to foul you.
It's kind of a fine line that he walks where I'll give him credit to where he will not call out his players by name.
No.
But you'll know who he's talking about. He'll describe a situation, and then you'll think back, and it's like, who committed that? Oh, that was Tremont Mark who committed that foul.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was Matas who didn't stay down on that pump fake at the end of the shot clock in the last minute. Like, it's a fine line. And again, he has not lost the locker room, clearly, because after he called his team's effort out, like, they've been a different beast, and they obviously put together some great wins with Bama and Vanderbilt. So now the hope is that this call out can help them get over that virus.
They have to get over that virus. You know, they'll never have the flu, but they got the fouling virus.
The fouling flu?
Yeah, any way you do it, we will jump in the air. You go up, we're going to leave our feet. We will hack you. We will swipe at you from behind. I mean, any way, shape, or form, we are going to foul you.
Oh, my God.
All the coaches want to say that. We're just a bunch of hackers.
It is so good. And he's right. Texas has a fouling problem. And
he's right from the first game when he started about the fourth game, started really talking about it. They haven't stopped since.
No.
They'll have a game where they'll go through it, and then they'll still have a number of fouls, but they'll win the game. But they really haven't stopped that. Right?
It's been like, it hasn't been talked about a ton because going into last night's game, Texas led the country in getting to the free throw line.
Right,
so it's like, yeah, it sucks. You're fouling too much on defense, but more often than not, you're winning the free throw battle because you're getting there more than the other team is. But last night, obviously, I mean, Kentucky was plus 15 in attempts and plus 12 in makes. And you lose by 5, then what's the first thing you're going to point to? That.
Dude, and they do it at all parts of the game. They from the tip-off on, it's just like, are you kidding me? It doesn't happen, with 6 minutes to go in the game. They started out immediately, like the first, bringing the ball up the court the first time,
Yeah, it's great. That was great. So there you go. There's the latest with Texas football. Again, MJ Moore's coming. Some more Texas basketball conversation. We got to get to this NFL story here. We'll do this in a moment because there's an owner out there giving Jerry Jones a run for his money as the worst owner in the NFL.
Well, I can only think of one other.
All right, we'll get to that. But first, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, I told you about Hat Creek Burger earlier in the show. I did get to Hat Creek yesterday. That wasn't just I'm going to get there, but there's something else that came up. I had a great, great lunch yesterday. I made the plan. I worked out my plan. I didn't hack anybody on the way. I just went through the drive-thru and got myself a big hat with cheese, mayo, ketchup. I went with tomatoes. I know it ended up in my lap, but that's okay. I ate it on the drive home. But I also had a large BK. I had a large strawberry shake, not just a regular, but a large with a large fry. Reaching over, slamming it down. It was absolutely delicious. That Hat Creek burger is as tasty as they come. And folks, in some locations, they have Hat Creek breakfast. You need to try breakfast taco at Hat Creek Burger. And of course, mom and dad, later on in the evening, when you bring the kids over, or when you bring the whole neighborhood over for a Hat Creek Burger, you can then enjoy yourself a nice margarita while they play on the playscape. Love that Hat Creek Burger, man. It is absolutely delicious.
Fantastic. Love Hat Creek. Also, if you get hacked on the road, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. Get hacked, call Hecht. How about that? For a new slogan for my guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the best personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. Seriously, if you or somebody you know gets injured in a car accident, an 18-wheeler wreck, something goes wrong at the workplace and you get hurt there, whatever, any kind of personal injury, don't call the jabronis you see on TV. Call on my guy, Hurricane Hecht. He's been a close personal friend of mine for more than a decade. And again, he's been fighting for justice and big results here in Central Texas for more than a decade as well. He is going to fight to give you every dollar that you deserve. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. If you suffer an injury, you're dealing with enough trying to get your life back on track. Don't fight the insurance companies by yourself. Call on Hurricane Hecht. Let him do the heavy lifting for you. He's a great guy. He's compassionate with clients, but he is a junkyard dog in the courtroom. The best part, you do not pay a dime unless he wins your case. That's how confident he is. 512-938-8929. Find out more, hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. Get hacked? Call Hecht.
There you go. Somebody's right. They said get around the picks without fouling. These dudes, they either go behind the pick, behind it, where a guy gets a jumper, or they try to get between it. And the guy who's setting the pick, he's allowed. When they have a legal pick, you can't elbow him in the head, or you can't use him as a punching bag. If he sets a legitimate pick, you have to find a way to get through that thing. But I don't like the ones that go behind them because then the guy takes a jumper over the top. But the ones that where the guy's setting a legitimate pick and they can't get through it, BK, and they just destroy the pick guy, I love that one too. I'm like, you can't go through there with an elbow and catch that guy in the chest. Yeah, that's not a part of it.
This team really, really struggles in pick and roll defense.
Man.
Really struggles in pick and roll.
There's going to be a foul called.
Or a wide open shot given.
Oh, yeah.
Almost feels like there's no door number 3. It's you're going to foul somebody because you're grabbing or you just bowl over a screen.
Yes.
Or, you just go under or your big doesn't show out and you give up a wide open look from 3.
Yeah, I mean, as good as Swain is athletically, when he has to go through picks, he's all elbows and stuff. I'm like, oh, he's going to get a call on this. They're not going to let you run through the guy setting the pick. They just don't let you do that. That's not allowed. That's going to be a foul on you.
I will refrain from any Dalen Swain slander today.
Oh, you like his 29 points worked for you.
Like he's the only reason Texas had a chance in that game last night. I ain't mad at him. I'm mad at 4-year senior Jordan Pope going 2 of 9 and 0 of 6 from 3.
Oh, yeah. Well, forget about his defense because he doesn't have any.
I'm mad at 6-year senior Tremont Mark for committing dumb fouls. Bad turnovers.
At half court.
Oh, my God. Like, those are the guys that just kill you, man. Those are your seniors. Those are your leaders.
And like who's that one dude that gets in the game? I'm like, how does he get on the court?
Sim Wilcher.
Yeah, where is he from?
He started yesterday.
I mean,
I assume that's who you're talking about, the little guy?
Yes. No. There's a brother, number 7.
That's the little guy.
Man.
He is a brother, and he does wear number 7.
Wow.
Simeon Wilcher. Yeah, former 5-star. We talked about him earlier.
Yeah.
5-star recruit out of high school. Committed to North Carolina, then flipped to St. John's. Spent 2 years at St. John's. Didn't play much.
Did he play his high school ball? Alaska? 5-star out of Alaska?
No, I don't know. Somewhere on the East Coast.
Yeah, because he went to St. John's, right?
Went to St. John's.
Man.
Yeah, New Jersey. And spent 2 years at St. John's.
Didn't make a stop at UConn. UConn said that, no, we'll bypass this dude.
Yeah, I don't think UConn wanted him out of the portal. He's just not. He's not there yet. You'd love to develop him. He's got a couple years left. You'd love for him to get better and be a piece that you can rely on, not only this year, but also next year. But I haven't seen enough from Sim Wilcher in that department to feel like he's a key cog for the future.
Yeah, you got to know about basketball players as early studs, you know?
Right. Well, I mean, it's not early anymore. This team's played, 18 games now this year?
Yeah, but like I said, if he's going to be good, you see some things early in his, and not even for this team, early in his career.
Oh, right.
Tell you he's going to be just fine as a junior or whatever.
Right.
There's nothing. He's shown nothing really.
No, 19th game last night for Texas. So yeah, he's got to play because you just don't have any other depth in your backcourt.
Yeah, Sean Miller's probably thinking, man, I can't wait till next season.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he kind of hates this team, to be honest with you. But
he walked in on this. There was a lot of, he brought the one dude, but outside of that, there's a lot that were just here, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, some of it's on him. He could have told Kendall Weaver and Jordan Pope and Tremont Mark to hit the curb. Hey, you're RT guys or you're Chris Beard guys. Like, we don't need you anymore. Thanks. But if he did that, I mean, Texas doesn't invest enough. It was hard enough finding the transfers that they did get. Now you got to add 4 more to the mix.
Yeah, they weren't going to pay for those guys.
No, the cupboard wasn't left with the whole lot.
You and your guys hadn't got together to get that NIL money together for him either.
No, that's the thing. I mean, look, Texas is like a bottom half of the SEC team when it comes to NIL investment in basketball. So until it's sort of a crossroads here, right? It's like people don't want to invest unless they know you can win, but it's very hard to win if you don't invest.
Yes.
Right? Like
well, when you speak to the group of NIL people, you guys, your 20-some guys that you have, that dwindled a couple from last night. I mean,
my group is not a lot of NIL people. It's a lot of guys like me.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
We're blue collar guys.
Yeah.
We're hardworking men.
Just waiting for that opportunity to storm the court.
No, it's not what you do when you're blue collar.
You don't storm the clit. I mean, even if it's Georgia.
Well, storm the clit is different from storming the court. I don't know why you said that.
I mean, storm the court for a team like Georgia?
No.
No,
they're not doing that.
do that
Georgia basketball.
Do that for football. Pretend it's football.
We don't do that for football. Texas hasn't stormed the field in football since 1990. You weren't even here yet.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry. Your court storming dream is never going to happen. All right, let's get to this here. So, look, Jerry Jones is the worst owner in the NFL, right? It's 30 years of the Cowboys being completely irrelevant and not winning anything of note. And the one man who has the power to fix that won't do anything about it. Everybody knows the Dallas Cowboys story in 2026. Well, yesterday, the Buffalo Bills held their end-of-season press conference, right? You're already bored of this story.
No, I heard a little bit about this. I hope it's not about the wide receiver.
Part of this is about the wide receiver.
Oh, geez.
Buffalo.
That is as funny as it comes right there.
Yeah. So the Texans held their end-of-year press conference yesterday too, right? The teams that lost in the divisional round of the playoffs, they're having their, all right, our season's over. Now we're looking ahead to the off-season press conference. Obviously, the Bills just fired their head coach, right? Sean McDermott is no longer there. So that's a huge storyline for them. So yesterday, a big part of the press conference was about Sean McDermott's firing. Hey, why did that happen? Hey, where are you going next? It was the Bills GM, Brandon Beane, and the Bills owner, Terry Pegula. Those were the two up front. I got a couple of clips for you here. The first one has to do with Keon Coleman. And, Keon Coleman was a high second round draft pick of the Buffalo Bills 2 years ago. He has not been very good at all. They were looking for a great receiver. They took him. He has not lived up to it. And receiver just continues to be a problem for Buffalo. They had a chance to take Xavier Worthy. Don't forget that. And they traded that pick to Kansas City. They've had opportunities to get guys, and they haven't, and the guys that they've got just haven't been good. So Brandon Beane, the GM, was asked about Keon Coleman and the Bills' plans at wide receiver. You'll hear him start to answer the question, and then you'll hear the owner jump in.
The wide receiver position has been an issue with this team, and a lot of people out there believe you have failed in the free agent market, and then obviously with the Keon Coleman signing, which hasn't worked out. How do you answer the fact that you have not given Josh a good enough wide receiver room thus far?
Yeah,
Can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
So there's the owner, Buck.
Yeah, what do you have that do for then? If he can't, if he's going to be your general manager, yeah, the coaches, there's a lot of guys that coaches want, but you as the general manager said, no, we need to have this guy or that guy. Well, don't have him then, owner. Why do you have that guy? He's pulling no power. Yeah, let the coaches pick all the players then.
Right, exactly.
By the way, Keon Coleman was okay that first year. They thought big things were going to happen for that dude. He wasn't that bad as a rookie. He caught some passes and helped Josh Allen out, more so before they got the little mini mite that's in the middle catching all the passes now that they throw to every time.
Yeah, he's just, in 2 years, he has 960 yards receiving.
Right.
And 8 touchdowns. That's not great. It's not horrible, but, Keon Coleman was drafted 1 pick before Ladd McConkey with the LA Chargers.
Right.
Ladd McConkey with the LA Chargers, pull up his numbers here. That guy has almost 2,000 yards in his first 2 seasons in the league. So literally, it's one thing when it's like, the guy you get isn't as good as you hoped, but literally the guy at the same position 1 pick after you picked is having a fantastic start to his career. And you could really use him on your team. So the funniest part of all of this, Keon Coleman is still on the Bills.
Yes.
It's not like, they cut him, they traded him, and they're dunking on a guy who's no longer there. Like, we screwed this up so bad that we had to. He is still on the team, and the team's owner is like, this guy didn't want him. The coach wanted him. The coach just got fired. So the one guy Keon Coleman had in his corner, at least according to the owner, just got fired. And like, what are you feeling if you're Keon Coleman right now? It's like,
that's your head is next on the block.
oh my, like he can't go back there. He can't go. He should request a trade. No, I want to go to a place where your own bosses don't want you.
Like I said, that guy's got some pretty good tools. He just got to get, he just hasn't. They were expecting so much more, probably, especially in year number 2 with him.
Right.
Because they got some decent play out of him in year number 1 that they said, oh, this is going to be the next guy for them. And like I said, then they ended up getting, who's the guy they threw all the passes to? They're
Cooks? Brandon Cooks?
No, not Cooks. The little number 10.
Oh, Shakir?
Yeah. I mean, they just, every pass they could get, they found a way to get the ball to him somehow, some way.
Right. Well,
I think they were, I'd be careful of giving up too soon on Coleman. But when the owner's talking about that way, I don't know if I could go back.
I know. And part of it, look, a lot of Bills fans wanted the GM fired too. I think more Bills fans wanted the GM fired than Sean McDermott fired, because outside of Josh Allen, that is not a super talented roster that Buffalo has. Like, they've let a lot go the last few years, and they haven't added enough, I don't think.
And defensively, getting Boza helped them out, but then Oliver was hurt most of the year.
Right. Yeah, that's just the owner. Like, okay, I know you guys wanted me to fire the GM, but I kept him, so I'm going to defend the GM. No, he didn't do anything wrong. It was all the head coach who I just fired, so I'm going to look good here. And you guys are wrong. I'm right. By the way, the internet keeps receipts. So there's like a clip that went viral after this of like Keon Coleman at the combine running a mid 4.5 40, and Brandon Beane, the GM of the Bills, being recorded saying, yeah, I like that. That means there's a better chance he's going to fall to us. It's like,
nice.
Oh. So the GM didn't want him, even though we literally have him on camera saying there's a better chance he's going to fall to us now. Incredible.
Mid 4.5s for a wide receiver.
Yeah, there's been guys who have run that who have been great. But here's one more, by the way. So early in the press conference, Terry Pegula was like, the loss to Denver is why we fired Sean McDermott. Like, we lost another playoff game. We didn't get where we wanted to get. This just keeps happening. That's why he's gone. He was asked, Brandon Beane, the GM, once again, was asked this question. This is not questions going to the owner. This is questions going to the GM. He was asked what went wrong in that game against Denver. And here comes Terry Pegula again.
The group falling short of that.
I mean, Jay.
A bad call.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, I would say
And then Brandon Beane starts answering his question. So not even 5 minutes before, Buck, the owner is like, we fired Sean McDermott because we lost to Denver. And then the GM gets asked, hey, what went wrong in that game?
Falling short of that.
I mean, Jay.
A bad call.
So if it's a bad call, why are you firing the coach?
No kid.
I thought he was the reason you lost the game. But now it's the refs who cost you the game? Like, dude, it always pisses me off when Jerry Jones talks to the press, and he does that all the time. Right after every game, he's got the scrum. He does radio hits every week. He does every single press conference, and it's like, dude, you're the owner. You're not supposed to. Nobody wants to hear from you.
And now you're seeing why nobody wants to hear from you. This is a class example of, this is why those guys just pay the checks, please.
And at least with Jerry Jones, he's the GM. Like, the GM, people want to hear from the GM. Now, nobody wants Jerry Jones to be the GM, obviously. But, like, it makes more sense for him to talk in that role. And Terry Pegula up there, like, you could show face. That's fine. You could be a front-facing owner and answer for your decisions. But you can't do that. You look like an idiot. And the Bills, like, there's coaches out there who are like, oh, shit, I don't want to work for that guy. That's going to be my boss if I take that job? I don't know.
Yeah, they'll be trying to get rid of Josh Allen next. He'll be the next guy they try to blame.
That would be crazy. So there you go. I thought that was just insanity there by Terry Pegula. What an idiot. Keep your mouth shut, guy.
Yeah, I mean, how'd you like that job? You better win the Super Bowl the next year. If you get that job, you better win the Super Bowl, or at least get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, feels that way. All right. Other NFL news real quick here, Buck. the Chiefs are hiring Eric Bieniemy back as their offensive coordinator.
What in the hell? That guy used to be a running back.
Doesn't this picture look a little like Mark Henry?
A little bit.
Yeah.
That guy used to be a running back.
He's a big dude.
And he's a little short, big dude. He's not, he's shorter than I am.
He's fat.
Yes, he's shorter than I am. Google me. Google him, and I guarantee you it's a 5'8", 5'9". No, 5'8". He's a 5'8"er.
He's listed at 5'7".
Oh, man.
What are you, 5'5"?
No, I'm 5'9".
All right. Yeah, you were like 20 years ago.
That dude is wider than I am tall.
Oh my God. So according to Wikipedia, Eric Bieniemy is 5'7", 305 pounds.
Wait a minute. Did you say 300?
305. So he weighs twice you.
He can wear Andy Reid's clothes.
I don't know. How much do you think Andy Reid is weighing these days?
I'm going to say he's 280.
You're going 280?
Yeah.
Andy Reid is also 6'3".
Yeah, he's a tall dude, yes.
That helps.
280.
I have no idea. I don't see anything listed for Andy Reid's weight.
The dude looks like Jabba the Hutt.
I would think he's got to be right around 3 bills though, right?
Yes.
So, but yeah, he's 6'3". So Bieniemy can't fit in his clothes unless he wants to go the Mike Elko route and start wearing dresses everywhere.
And I can't have ice cream? You got to be kidding me.
That's my point. This guy's enjoying his life. You're getting told you can't even drink milk.
Look at that dude.
It's a big guy. It's Mark Henry, former world's strongest man. I thought he was doing radio here in Austin. And all of a sudden,
5'7"?
Yeah. So he's back. Matt Nagy is gone. He's looking for head coaching jobs. Good luck to whatever team hires him. But Bieniemy obviously had a bunch of success as the Chiefs OC. His first stint there.
What did he do? Did he sit out a little bit, or was he with someone?
No, he was with the Bears this past year.
Did okay.
Yeah, I think he was the running backs coach in Chicago. That would make sense, right?
Right.
So he was in college for a couple years, then was the running backs coach for the Bears, and now he's back as the OC in Kansas City.
Wow.
All right.
He ate his way back to more ribs.
We got 2 funny stories here to wrap things up. First one, I mentioned earlier that 94-year-old William Shatner has gone viral, Buck. You a Bill Shatner guy? I'm
okay with him, yeah. I was good with him. Star Wars, not Star Wars. What is it?
Oh, boy.
What was the
I'm going to let you.
No, let me try to figure this out again. It's been a while.
You got half of it right.
I know. In some, I just went blank on what he was in with Mr. Spock and all that stuff.
Star Trek.
Thank you very much.
There you go. So
I threw Mr. Spock in there.
Yeah, there you go. That's true. What has Bill Shatner gone viral for? Well, someone took this picture at a traffic light in LA. Bill Shatner driving his car, and he's eating a bowl of cereal.
What? I wonder if that's worse than a hamburger falling in your lap, though.
That's a 2-hander right there, right?
Oh, you can drive with your knees. Well, you know how to drive with your knees. You've done it before.
I'm not good at that. Some people are good at
that. You're
not?
I'm an expert at that.
No, not for me. I'll just drive with like the burrito and my hand on the wheel, you know.
My God, the burrito wrapped around the wheel.
Yeah, whatever it takes. But Bill Shatner here, first of all, 94 years old. Should he still be driving a car?
I'm saying after 90, it's probably time to take away the. Yeah, it's my mother-in-law, 96. They finally got the keys from her. 96? I think that should have happened way before that.
Oh my God, she lives like way up in Idaho, though, right?
Yeah, but I've never been in a car with her. I refuse to get in the car when she's driving. I said, I'll see you guys when you come back, if you get back.
I would have refused to drive in the entire state of Idaho if I knew that was going on. So 94 driving. Looks great for 94, by the way.
Yeah, the side angle is pretty good.
This is This has to be one of the weirder foods to ever eat in a car, right?
Yeah, your cereal, yeah.
How often do you see people outside of Dennis Reynolds and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia eating a bowl of cereal in their car? And if there's milk in there too,
I've never
dude,
seen it.
if there's milk in that bowl, like that's one of the worst things. He's at a stoplight, so he's not driving, but like, dude, that's one of the hardest things to eat in the car.
And then where do you place it? Just on the seat beside you there. You got to have nothing. And we all have something on the seat beside us in the passenger seat.
Well, that's a great question, because if there's milk in there and you just put it on the seat behind you, once the car starts moving, it's going to spill.
Yeah.
So is he
I
like,
mean, he could have done everything, all the preliminaries before he got in the car. He just brought the cereal from the house, already had the milk in it, and we're just ready to go. It's just got to place the bowl somewhere eventually.
I'm telling you, I just don't know how you do this without spillage. That's up there on worst foods to eat in the car.
Well, I know we've seen some ladies do makeup, so they're professionals at that. You see them going down I-35 doing their makeup.
Yeah, but there's no milk in the makeup. At least I don't think.
No, but there's cars in front of them while they're looking in the mirror trying to do all these different, activities.
Look, you're right. I will not bash you of an opportunity to talk about how bad women are at driving. You can continue to do that.
Oh no, they're fine.
Anytime you want. They look fine because they're putting makeup on in the car the entire time. I get it. I get what you're saying.
Have never seen anybody doing the bowl thing.
Bowl of cereal.
No.
What happens if he gets in a wreck here? What a mess.
Oh my God.
That would be.
Yeah, that bowl would be in his skull.
Bill Shatner is going viral. Now we've got a TBT, courtesy of our man Double R. So we'll bring Double R on because I see him in the waiting room. This is a two-parter here. This is an oldie but a goodie. We separated this. 2 videos for the people. They're both about a minute long. And we go to Rochester, New York for this one. This is a news clip, a local TV news clip that went viral from 16 years ago. It's a story about Popeyes. My dad's favorite restaurant, one of my favorite restaurants in human history.
Good stuff.
They were apparently running a big special on chicken one day, as Popeyes would do. And, some locations ran out of chicken. Here is part 1 of the news clip.
Fast food chain Popeyes became a victim of its own advertising today. So many customers lined up for a big special. Some locations, including one in Penfield and the city, ran out of chicken. Tonight, customers were clucking their disapproval. Customers at the drive-thru heard this recorded message.
Sorry for the inconvenience, but we are all out of chicken and we are closed for the rest of the day. Thank you and have a blessed day.
One woman yelled back at the machine.
People have kids that they trying to feed for the special, and you mean to tell me that we can't feed our kids? Because y'all didn't order enough chicken. Y'all knew y'all was having this special almost 2 months ago, and that's wrong.
But no one was listening. The Popeyes on Lake Avenue was closed by dinner time.
Are you kidding me?
I think that's bad because I'm sure hungry.
No chicken.
No chicken? They just out of chicken.
I said I'm calling customer service now to see where there's another Popeyes at.
Yeah, they seem to be out of chicken today, so I'll just pick up a pizza. It's no big deal.
There's part 1.
No chicken.
Some great stuff there. That woman, was she really trying to argue with an automated message?
She was.
She was yelling back at the drive-thru. It was a recorded message that said,
they got all the chairs up on the tables. We're closed, y'all.
Yeah. No Gotti. No Gotti.
How about that guy who said, no chicken or just out of chicken?
Yeah.
Really.
What is that? Yeah. What is the difference there?
We got tons of chicken. We just have no employees here to work it.
Yeah.
They didn't have any chicken. They ran out of chicken. No chicken.
You got homeboy.
Out of chicken.
You got homeboy. I'll just go get a pizza. No big deal.
That's right.
I'll just go get a pizza.
Here's
they seem to be out of chicken today. I will go get a pizza instead.
Here's part 2. More ridiculousness and then more calmness from the Whitey here.
Other locations ran out of chicken too. The $4.99 special too good to pass up.
I just left Penfield Popeyes. They were out of chicken there, so I ran to the city to this one, and they're out too. This is ridiculous.
They should have had a stockpile of chicken for this day.
They should have had a tractor trailer out back with extra chicken on ice, you know?
Isn't there a McDonald's like right here? Yeah, that's it.
Maybe it was the economy that caused the rush on chicken. Customers felt duped.
You know, they put their advertisements on and then they don't show up for it.
I'm more disappointed than angry. You know, we've been looking forward to this day.
They advertise it on national TV. How you gonna run out of chicken?
Special? What special?
That's all I have to say.
Everybody makes mistakes. You guys have a nice day, all right?
Angry customers there. Popeye says the franchises are individually owned and responsible for ordering their own chicken.
Hey, that's right. That's an individually owned place. That's your responsibility. You make sure you got an 18-wheeler out there filled with chicken. My people need their chicken. Come on, man.
That's false advertisement, man.
That is crazy.
Man.
They're
people
driving.
failure.
They're driving around those Popeyes like they're at Coda. You see, they're like hauling ass around there.
The funny part about that.
They don't cross the street. Don't try to cross in between there.
The one lady is like, I just went to that Popeyes. Now I drove all the way to this one. It's like, you're spending more on gas than you would have saved on chicken.
Yeah,
your argument is that, this is so cheap. It's like
you're going to McDowell's and had yourself some hamburgers instead.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Chicken McNuggets, fillet of fish. You
you'd
have been all right. And ironic that we're playing that, because that's probably happening right now on store shelves with the pending apocalypse or ice apocalypse or whatever.
I'm thinking that a bunch of it's going to miss us. It's headed on up to Dallas area.
We're not even gonna get a flake, not even a speck.
I'm leaving after the show and driving to Odessa, so I bet you I'm gonna go right through it. All right,
maybe.
Looking forward to it.
I don't even want the coal part of it. Forget the wintry mix. I don't even want the coal.
Did you guys go out to
the 110?
Did you guys go out to the grocery store at all and get any supplies?
I did yesterday. I just got some basic. I got my grapes. You got to have my grapes.
Oh, you didn't buy like 10 gallons of milk so they'll spoil and no one else can get them?
I can't have milk, so no. I got some half and half of my coffee. That's it.
I did, Wags, but they're not going to spoil. I'm opening up a shop this weekend.
There you go. Well, at least you're going to be an entrepreneur and helping out other people, helping out the community, right? Now you might up the ante.
Oh yeah,
too, right? Because of supply and demand, but still you're supplying the community with some goods.
Of course. Yeah,
and that apartment complex, and that dude is going to up the price on those poor people. In that
the people upstairs, they only get times 2. She gets times 2.
Oh, those girls are done when they need that toilet paper because they're going to run out in a hurry.
Don't be ashamed to go to your local McDonald's or your local Popeyes and use their stalls and go get their toilet paper.
I'm the oldest of 8, and I had 4 sisters. I've never seen toilet paper disappear so quick. I don't know if they were going into bras or what they were doing, but they were stuffing something. I mean, toilet paper, I've never seen toilet paper disappear when you got a bunch of women in the house.
I know.
And you know that, BK, too. You guys, have you ever seen toilet paper disappear like that?
I don't know.
I'm telling you, they overuse it. I mean, my daughters, it's like you go in there to take a leak. And I mean, how much toilet paper? How much?
Aren't you supposed to just pat that thing? You're supposed to just pat that thing down, and that's it. Couple 2 plies, not like 14 sheets.
Women use it each time they go to the bathroom, or every time they go to the bathroom. Dudes only use it whenever they have to take a shit. So,
and you guys also know women pee all the time.
Right. Yeah.
That's their bit. Like on a road trip. On a road trip, the stereotypical guy can hold it for like a very long time.
Not me.
Not anymore. Yeah, I can't do it anymore.
It's the opposite with me. It's the opposite with me. I'm stopping every 15 miles. All the women that I've been around in my life can hold it for like a month. I'm like, they say I got to go to the bathroom, but I'm not going in there. And I'm like, I'm going on the side of the road here shortly. But they won't go in there.
Gatorade bottle.
They want you to find a hotel where they can go, and they can hold it for like 2 more extra hours. I said, didn't you have to go to the bathroom about an hour ago? Oh, I'm fine now because I'm not going in there. I always love that, Rodney D. I'm not going in there.
Oh, yeah, I know. Not me, man. I'll find a country road and kind of pull off a little bit and get out of the way and shit. I'll take care of business.
I'm the same way. Like I'll find a hole before I find some community shitter. Like I don't know. I'd rather poop in the dirt than poop in
I've gone in the gas station, behind the gas station when I go into the men's room and the gas station is packed. I'll run around the back of the gas station and lean up against the wall.
That's probably cleaner than that bathroom.
I'll go anywhere.
Once again, I always thank people I'll go right back to the counter and say, hey, thank you so much for keeping your bathroom so clean. I know you got a lot of activity here, but I'm like, I go in there and it's clean. I let them know. I mean, they really appreciate that. My boy Ashish over there, they do a great job at the 7-Eleven, BK. If you ever go in there, I go to the counter and say, hey, thank you so much for having this bathroom clean. I know it's not the best job in the world. I said, but thank you. I appreciate when I go in there.
Yeah, I don't know.
A lot of activity.
I don't know if Ashish is cleaning it, but good for him for making sure somebody's cleaning it. Let me ask you this, Buck. Have you ever encountered a situation where you try to go in somewhere to use the bathroom and they say it's for paying customers only, and like they have it on the door? You ever?
Yes.
What do you do in that situation?
Like Big Daddy?
Go buy some gum.
If I have to use the bathroom, I'll buy a stick of gum if I have to.
Okay.
If I got to go, I don't have any problems with buying a bottle of water or whatever. If that's your deal, that's fine with me. Let me go get a bottle of water. I'll find some change. I'll get the bottle of water. Just let me take a leak.
I wasn't sure if you were the type to cause a scene and start yelling.
No,
back in my day, we didn't have to. I didn't know if you were going to hit that.
I won't go.
Now it is your problem, pal.
But like I said to the kids, pick your battles. That's not one. I'll go ahead and spend $1 or something or $2 for a bottle of water or some gum or something.
That's usually where I can support my Copenhagen mint pouch habit that I can't quit.
Just buy yourself another pack.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get a can.
Let me just use the can.
Yeah.
BK, did the boys hear the new Sean? They knew the basketball coach's deal.
Did not hear the new Sean Miller.
Oh, it's awesome. It's the best.
No chicken or out of chicken. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is good.
Isn't there a Pizza Hut like right around the corner, guys?
Yeah, I love that dude, man. It's like,
pizza's on sale today, gentlemen.
That was a tourist. That was a tourist.
Everybody makes mistakes.
I think that was a producer that might have edited or helped out that bit.
Everybody makes mistakes, but you can't make that mistakes with my folks. They need that $4.99 because they had to feed the whole damn family.
And I'm with the community.
Yeah, how are my kids going to eat?
Yeah, that lady, I'm like,
did some lady really ask that question as if like that's the only restaurant in the entire, or how am I going to feed my family?
That's only one $4.99 for 14 pieces of chicken.
There's no fried chicken for my kids.
There's got to be a Church's or Golden Chick.
Golden Chick somewhere.
Yeah, that white dude talking about the pizza and all that and the McDonald's. That's that guy. Remember on Chevy Chase Vacation when he's driving through the hood, and they painted honky lips on his car and shit. That was that guy. That was that guy right there.
That guy wanted pizza
in HD while everybody else is in like 120p.
I feel like buy a stick of gums. Do they still sell like single cigarettes like Lucy's or whatever down? Do they do that down here?
Yeah,
Swishers.
You can buy Swisher Sweets. Black
okay, but not like single cigarettes, like a single Newport cigarette or something like that. Like you would get like back east or whatever. Like in the gas stations, they'll have an open pack of cigarettes for people to buy, like a cigarette for $1. It's crazy.
Really?
I mean,
oh yeah, Lucy. They call them Lucy's.
The cashier might sell you a blunt. A single blunt, maybe,
with cigarette papers around it.
Depending where you're at, zigzags.
Not for $1 though, I can tell you.
Yeah, really.
I mean, I'm sure it's probably the pack usually has already been paid for by the cashier, and he's up in the ante so he can buy another 2 packs of cigarettes. So he's selling open 1 pack, buy 2 packs for people buying Lucy's and shit.
Yeah, Sean Miller. By the way, the sound is in there, unless you guys want to hear it right now. It's up to you.
It's classic.
Yeah, we'll take a listen. We're going to break down some of this.
All right. It's at the bottom. It's the Miller.
Have a good Thursday, y'all.
All right, boys.
All right, boys.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That is Double R. Hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter. My partner in crime is the Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter. I'm the Wagner Wire on InstaFace, and my homeboy is the _Rodney R on InstaFace. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Get the crowns on your head, and then also hit us up on that code at text line. 512-222-9328 are the lottery numbers. Again, 512-222-9328 are the lottery numbers. Hit us up. Let's get into it, man. Bo. All right, I've seen this. All right, before we get into it, you want to talk about chicken real quick? Bojangles Bojangles might be some of the most underrated chicken. Now it's North Carolina. Well, I guess it's technically, Popeyes is Louisiana. I think Bojangles is North Carolina chicken, if I'm not North Carolina or Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, it is fantastic. But people sleep on the biscuits. They're so honed in on the damn chicken, they forget about the biscuits, the cheddar biscuits. Holy shit. Bojangles. I got Bojangles probably ahead of Popeyes. I know Popeyes does the special sandwiches and everything, but being back east, Bojangles was just something, especially like being stationed in North Carolina. Bojangles was where it's at, man. Every Thursday night, Bojangles.
I was late to the party with Bojangles because it was like a staple in NASCAR, because it's southeast, like you're talking about. And once I started traveling and hit Alabama and Georgia and some of these places and actually got to have it, to me, Popeyes is a little oversteamed. I'm not.
Oh my God! Whatever. Is this true? Are we getting one here in Austin?
I think there's one over on Ronald Reagan, if I'm not mistaken. I think no. Maybe it's not Bojangles.
If there was if there was a Bojangles here, we would know. Yeah,
maybe it's one of the. But I like some Bojangles and Popeyes. To me, I mean, my favorite here. And seriously, it's just because the size.
Cheddar double R. You got to get the cheddar biscuits.
Oh, okay. Seriously, Bush's chicken here is great.
No, there's not one here yet.
Yeah.
Bush's
chicken is great.
Built.
What am I getting? I'm getting Bojangles confused. The one that's here, it's something else. I can't think of what it is. But yeah, Bojangles in Alabama.
You would know it if you had it. Bojangles is fantastic. It's my number one chicken place, man.
The Bojangles that I've had, they usually piggyback it up against the Loves, against the truck stop center. And you can go in there and take a little break and eat some of that Bojangles. That's some good shit. That is really good.
A little bit of red beans and rice too. All right, what do you want to get into first, man? We had some Texas basketball last night. I watched a little bit of Illinois and Maryland basketball too. Maryland got throttled last night. Illinois probably one of the better teams in the land, especially throttling in that Big Ten there. But watched some Big Ten basketball, watched some SEC basketball last night, and buddy, I told you, man, what did I tell you the other night? It's a lot different when
it goes in.
Yeah, it's just a lot different when the ball goes in. When you only got 2 threes from the perimeter, you got to find multiple ways to win. And I understand you were going up against a 7-footer last night and very big Kentucky team, which is why they're so confusing and almost an enigma. Trying to figure out here with Coach Pope. Mark Pope's got a squad. He's got some size. They just can't. They go through shooting lows too. I mean, hell, I think they only hit 5 threes last night. It was a poor shooting performance from the perimeter last night for both squads, right? Only 2 threes, both coming from Swain for the Longhorns. Chandler was able to get going. I think Aberdeen hit 2 as well for the Wildcats. But yeah, very poor performance. There was a lot of battling down low. Very kind of sloppy basketball too. Weaver, I thought, had great spurts, especially when he was able to kind of he and Swain. I can't just put it on Weaver, but it was Weaver's energy that I felt brought the Longhorns back after they trailed or after they went down a little bit after halftime. Tied at halftime and then went down into a little bit of a hole and then came battling back, roaring back. And then Swain was able to, after Weaver's electricity and energy, to kind of run on 4 consecutive points, or excuse me, it might have been 7 consecutive points for Weaver there. And then was able to find Swain, and then Swain closes it out and with a knockdown 3, a step back 3 with the shot clock expiring, and Longhorns take the lead. Mark Pope calls timeout and Kentucky makes adjustments, and that was that, man. It just again, and you saw the one of two only threes, not just made by Swain, but by the Longhorns in that last sequence there that I was just talking about. It was tough to watch, but again, when I talked about it, man. Whenever you have a shooting performance like that from the perimeter and you're trying to live and die by that, you're probably going to die, right? You have to find multiple facets to score, multiple ways to win. Pope not being able to, and we put a lot on Pope, of course, right? But Pope, only being able to hit 2 baskets as well. If that's the case, if that's moving forward, I love Jordan Pope being aggressive, all right? if he's going to be the facilitator, if that's going to be the guy that's going to be the one, and he's struggling to get a shot, just play downhill, be aggressive, and allow people to get to the cup, and then dish it and facilitate. Right? Maybe make the extra pass, get it down low and battle. Traore was having some tough times battling down low. I think Swain fouled out towards the end of the night, but you're gonna have to get down low and battle aggressively and battle dirty and trashy in the paint if you're not going to be able to hit from the perimeter last night. And it was a very poor performance. Double R, very poor.
Pope and Mark just, I mean, they just don't look like defenders. And I mean, it really is Dalen Swain that is the catalyst of this. If he can stay out of foul trouble. I mean, I know it happened a little bit later.
Poor perimeter defense too, right? Like it was thankfully they had the Wildcats struggled shooting last night from the perimeter because we struggled closing out. And whenever they were able to hit wide open shots, there was nobody in. I mean, Weaver would try and close out, but by that time the ball was already up and going into the cylinder before anybody was out there on the perimeter to close out. So it was tough basketball to watch last night.
And you can't put your opponent on the free throw line 35 times, especially if they're going to make 30 of them.
And that's just it too. Like if they're struggling from the floor so bad, why are you giving them freebies? Why are you putting them on the charity stripe? Right? Make them earn everything, man. Especially with a shooting performance like that.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I mean, you see these guys leaving their feet, and it's like I don't think that you have to leave your feet because that's what's going to get you the foul, and that's the sound that BK was talking about. Sean Miller talking about.
We're going to pull it up here in just a second.
Yeah, what this team does really well, and I mean, last night really was the example of that, to where it's like 30 of 35 from the free throw line, and you get. I don't care if you're at home, I don't care if you're on the road or you're in the neutral site. When you afford them that sort of opportunity,
give them that many opportunities, right?
Yeah, you're giving them 30 points, and that's what you did last night. To where, I mean, there were a couple of times where Texas made runs, and look, I'm dare I say it, I'm somewhat happy with the performance. You didn't get run out of the gym, but it's just
I'm not like this is a Kentucky team that's been struggling, right? Like after
3 in a row coming in
after putting the 2 wins together against Vanderbilt and Alabama. This has been a letdown, right? The past 2 performances have been a letdown. I thought Kentucky was a team that could get got. I thought maybe we would struggle against Georgia, but that was a team that we'd be able to rebound and bounce back against and get. But this is a team that we should have been able to take down, especially after beating Vanderbilt and Alabama.
Yeah, and it goes back to I like Voki. I like Vokatitis.
But he had a tough matchup. He was going up against some size last night too, right?
Yeah, but he can't block shots. I mean, he doesn't block shots, and then he leaves his feet too, and it's like boom, there's a foul, and that was what Sean Miller was talking about what this team does.
What our team, and this is a Texas problem, is we have a virus called fouling, and it has plagued us from the opening tip of the first game until tonight. It's not the officials. It's not Kentucky. We will foul the living shit out of you. We'll foul a 3-point shooter. We'll foul at the end of the clock. We'll leave our feet on drives. We'll reach. You describe the foul, and the team that I'm coaching will commit it. Tonight, we lost. Kentucky was 30 for 35 from the line. It's hard to win an SEC road game when the home team is 30 for 35 from the line. I'm not messing around like the officiating. Officiating was fine. It was called the right way. We fouled. 2 of the last fouls in the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, 1 at half court, and 1 like under 5 seconds where you just stay down, and if he makes the shot, he makes it. We have to be able to play defense without fouling. I mean, if we did a better job of playing, not just in this game, but in some others, of not fouling, we would have a couple more wins under our belt because we're not that far off.
That's the thing. I mean, they are so close. And that's what it seems like ultimately gets this team in trouble. And I don't care if it's in SEC, I don't care if it's in the Pee Wee League or the YMCA. If you constantly foul, especially against a good free throw shooting team like that,
and
you're going to lose.
Situational basketball too, Double R. Like last night, Kentucky couldn't hit a shot, right? Hold on. Let me check this before I say it. Yeah, Longhorn shot had a higher percentage shooting from the field than
their field goal percentage was better.
And the Longhorns fucking sucked shooting last night, right? But that's just how. And still, you put that team on the line. You allowed them 85%, 30 points, 30 free points from the charity stripe.
Yeah, and Texas,
you're not going to win like that.
Texas destroyed the points in the paint. Texas 48-32. Texas
dominated,
Advantage.
and they won on the rebounds.
Right.
Against a bigger size, or I think they did.
And that's where, that's where you listen to Sean Miller and where he says, and the message is the same, to where he's very critical of the team. It's tough love. I mean, it's hard. This dude's used to winning. Yeah, this dude is used to winning. So this kind of sloppy basketball that he's seeing, this is where you give him the benefit of the doubt, to where it's like he's coming into this situation. He was handed this picnic basket. Here's your team. At some point, I wish Dalen Swain, I wish you had him another year and could build around him with some young dudes. And
it's not, look at your big guy down low. Look at Vocatitis, right? Like when you're struggling from the perimeter that much, right? Why not work it down low? Why not battle down low? Why not put a big lineup in? Why can't we get Vocatitis and Traore in there at the same time? Maybe get a little high-low going as well. If it's not working from the perimeter, force it so fucking bad down low, force feed it inside to where they have to vomit and regurgitate because it's been shoveled down there so much, man. Get it in there, get the opposition in foul trouble too. We were both teams were in team fouls, we're in the bonus. Why not be aggressive and get down low and get to the freebie, get to the charity stripe?
Yeah. And with Vocatitis,
and Vocatitis was hitting his free throws last night too. Like that's just it. Like get aggressive, get down low, man.
You got that big dude sitting in the middle of the paint. Texas had one block last night. It's like,
and again, you're not gonna. It's hard to reroute shots against a 7-footer, right? And like not everybody is Moreno, but when you got a matchup going against Malachi Moreno, you're not. I don't care how young that dude is. He's got size on you. Right, he might not even be as callous yet as Vocatitis and not as aggressive yet, but he's still got the size, right? And that's it too. You saw that last night. Wait until that dude wakes up, right? Wait until that guy gets a little bit of tenacity under his ass and in his boots, man. He's gonna be a force to reckon with.
Yeah, neither squad was brilliant from beyond the arc. But I mean, it goes back to the fouling and it goes back to the free throws. I mean,
I'll also say rebounds too, right? Free throws and rebounds, right? This is one of the only it's a bad matchup for the Longhorns, right? Usually the Longhorns can out rebound any squad that's out there. You put a lengthy squad like this, you're going to struggle with some rebounds, and that might have been the reason why they fouled so much. And well, I can't say that they foul almost each and every game, like Sean Miller said. So it's tough.
Yeah. Absolutely. And CB, you got a point here. I mean, the core of this, I mean, the guys that came back, I think is very honorable. He could have maybe the guys that are back from the prior regime, you could have moved on from them, but I think he did the admirable thing and kept them as a part of this to help build. But I think that once you start getting your core together, I think things will be better. But this is tough love. I like what Sean Miller does, man.
I think Weaver stays just because of the energy output that he brings, and also like he can run with the twos. When Weaver runs with the twos, he can kind of platoon that and be the floor general there. His energy that he brings, but the ones too, being able to get off ball steals and being able to get us in transition, and fast breaks. I think that's a welcoming addition. Now there's not too many people on the team that's doing that. Until you get some other high energy guards like that, I don't think Weaver's going to be transferring out, or maybe Coach Miller is going to be looking, outside in to bring somebody else like Weaver, and that gives us that Energizer Bunny type of moment, right? That the team can kind of thrive off of and build off of.
Yeah. I do think. I mean, I really do think that if you could get Swain back and kind of go that route and then hit the portal, spend some money in the portal, and I think that's where Sean Miller is going to be.
Basketball, spending some money in the portal. All right,
yeah,
here we go.
That's going to be the biggest mindset shift that has to happen on the 40 acres. Towards like, look, if we want to contend, I mean, you're not going to like football, but shit, you got to go to the flea market a little bit, spend some money, make some deals.
Yeah, I think Weaver's a fan favorite. I love what Bear says here. I think Weaver is a fan favorite. Producer Bear says, I do want Weaver to stay. Provides a lot of energy, but needs to be more aggressive on offense too. I thought he was, came out a little bit. I mean, the breakthrough's been this season, right? His offense has kind of been, the productivity on offense has been up, or at least the output, right? Maybe not so much the execution, but at least the output has been up. You saw last night, how he and Swain, I thought his energy was what allowed Swain to kind of get off the coattails of, or get on the coattails of Weaver last night. But Weaver provided big energy for that comeback, after being down, after going down quickly, right after halftime, in the second half. I thought Weaver's energy was allowing the Longhorns to actually get back in that game and take the lead until, they kind of squandered it and went to shit.
Yeah. Code text line check in from Rob, who's on the app this morning, 512-222-9328. He's chanting NIT.
Very possible.
It
could be NIT season. I don't think if the SEC were getting 14 teams in like they did last season, sure, the Longhorns might have a ticket to dance or a ticket to ride. I was talking with Eric Henry a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a week ago. I think maybe 10 teams from the SEC get in this year. They don't really look that dominant. I mean, there's been a surprise with the Commodores coming on, but again, they're still down teams like Kentucky will be a tournament team, but they're struggling. Hell, they could possibly or potentially be a bubble team, double R, if they keep going with the inconsistency, man. You need shooters. Squads need shooters. You can have all the rebounders that you want, but unless the ball is going in the basket, it's going to be tough to win. And that was display last night, buddy.
I do still think that if, and we know that if,
you know how it is. If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
There you go, Mike.
Know that, but I think if Texas can put a couple of runs together, win a couple of those games like they did, that they could get in. But at this point, it's like, do you want to get in and get bounced right out? I truly think that if they get in and you're not playing SEC teams, that you could, I'm not talking Sweet 16 or anything like I was a couple of weeks ago, but maybe make a little noise. And I think that would be a good accomplishment, but you got to get that put together.
Jorge and Mendoza chimes in, at least they do something well, play to your strengths. And I'm 100%. I think they do a lot of things well, to be honest with you. I think they just sometimes, they don't have a knockdown assassin. We've gone over this, right? There's very few nights that, you'll get 20 from two guards out of them. Or, if one goes off for 30, Montes might, contribute with 15 points and get a double-double, but there's not another guard that's, knocking in, another 20 points to help contribute with either Swain or Mark or Pope, right? It's either one of those three, and it's one or not two, which that's a big problem. I think Weaver's contributions, being able to come out and get us, a few steals, three or four steals a night, it's fantastic, right? But you have to be able to build off that. Other guards have to be able to do that too. And right now it feels like there's a few guards that just do a few things well and not a complete guard, except for Swain. Swain's probably your Swiss Army knife that can do everything. And if you're living and dying off of one person getting all your stats, it's going to be trouble when it comes down to it.
Yeah. And the whole thing is that, it goes back to, there is no consistency whatsoever. Like Craig Cheshire from Stony Point told me one time, my team is incredibly consistent at being inconsistent. And that seems to be what we have here, that you don't have, you put it together pretty good for 2 games, but since then you've gone a different direction. I think last night did look better. But the fouls though, that's where I go back to that, to where it's, God, man, that is
wins are great.
But
it's also on how you lose too, right?
Exactly. Sloppy. You said it. Sloppy, kind of immature basketball is what got you beat.
And Rodney, like, this is why I've been watching.
Call me by my name.
I know, like I'm getting serious when we're talking hoops. I get serious here. I've been watching Kentucky for a while. Like, I thought Kentucky was going to be a juggernaut. I thought Kentucky was going to be one of the surprises of the SEC, just with their young, lengthy squad. But Pope hasn't been able to put it together. That's why I thought that this team was gettable, right? Like, and then to see the poor performance last night, and again, a lot of it was the personal fouls and allowing Kentucky to have 30 points from the line. 30 free points from the line. That's very troubling, especially when they're shooting 42% from the field. It's just awful. You
were right that they were gettable.
Basketball,
right?
That was
Yep, you were right. They were gettable, but Texas got by themselves. That's the unfortunate part.
100%. Where else we got to go, partner? I'll tell you where we're going to go right now real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You guys got to know we got to talk about the obligatory go-to Hurricane Hecht Law Firm.
Junkyard
Dog. When that storm hits, and that storm, I hear that storm is about to hit. I hear it's about to hit. So get that number, get that phone out and give this guy a call. 512-938-8929. That's the number for our guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings the same fire and pride to that courtroom with that burnt orange suit, just strolling in, walking in, bringing Bevo in by his side too, and he's there for you. He's there for not just for you, he's there for local sports, local businesses, and local families. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Ryan Hurricane Hecht blow the case wide open. That number, 512-938-8929. Again, lottery number 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT-lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. Hello, Sal. How's the weather going to be up there for you? Everywhere is about to be jacked up. Gorgeous Greg from Gorgeous.
I don't think we're going to get anything.
I don't think we will here. I think we might get some light precipitation. I'm kind of curious. So when I go to Odessa,
stay warm, Sal. Stay warm.
We've got some lows that in Odessa, it's supposed to be like 10 and then 16, I think, on a couple of mornings, but no precipitation. So it's just going to be cold as shit is what it's going to be. And I think that'll be the thing here. I don't think we'll have a polar vortex, and hopefully the power stays on. I don't know, but Ted Cruz is on his way out of town, so it's probably going to be bad. Friends, if you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there is one place to go. It's covertbcave.com. Be sure and check out the inventory. It doesn't matter. You're looking for a compact car, you're looking for a truck, you need a work truck. If you're looking for an SUV, they've got everything that you need right there, and they are new and pre-owned. And the service after the sale is exceptional. 86 service bays out there ready to take care of all of that routine maintenance that you need to have. And these days, it needs to be the dealer doing that because these cars are very technical to try to work on. You go in there and you try to work on your own stuff out in the driveway, you're probably going to jack something up. Leave it to the folks that know what to do. It's covertbcave.com.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out online today at covertbcave.com. Audio visual consultations. Looking for that great setup. I know football season's coming to an end. Hey man, but you still want to check out your Netflix stuff. You still want to check out your Hulu. You still want to check out movies. If you're a gamer. I've got my PlayStation tied into one of my TVs here where I sit there and play me some NASCAR and play some golf and do a little bit of all of that cool stuff. It's AV Consultation. Since 1988, Tom McKay and his crew have been doing it for Central Texans. Most of us here on TSU, we're all set up with those amazing systems. Hockey's going on right now. Basketball's going on right now. Baseball's right around the corner. NASCAR is coming up. The Daytona 500 in February. NASCAR at COTA is coming up. And I'll tell you, if you have one of those Sonos surround systems, you have an AV consultation set up, you're not a race fan, just watch a race. You might think differently after watching some of that stuff on a Tom McKay system.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audio Visual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Absolutely. Check them out. avconsultations.com, 255-8678. Also, got to tell you about my man, Mike McCall and McCall Custom Homes. If you're looking for that home renovation project, it depends. Looking for a home renovation project and want to modernize your home. You're looking for a new construction. Again, it is McCall Custom Homes, but the renovation part is the big part right now. Add value to your home. That's what these guys have been doing for the last 4 decades, and they're ready to make you a satisfied customer, just like myself, just like Bucky Godbolt, and just like endless of Central Texans. This father-son team will take your project and elevate it to another level, and you're going to be so glad that you got together with them. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That indoor living space, something you want to do outdoor. Let this polar vortex get by, and then you've got a deck out there that you want to add a little bit of life to. You want to make it cool again. You want to add a deck out there. They'll do that on the outside, and they'll certainly take care of you on the inside. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Don't forget, free estimations right now for TSU listeners and viewers, 512-633-9580. And that's going to be Mike answering that call. That's going to be Mike answering that text. You're not going to a call center. They're local, and they do it right. 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes, 40 years, family owned and operated. We build value into your home. Good stuff right there. Lots of messages there on Coach Miller. I do like that Coach Miller is pushing his team. I mean, I think that's a great thing. You're not getting a lot of coach speak out of him to where, I mean, he's
it's not a bad thing to be upset at your team. It's not a bad thing to hold your team accountable.
Absolutely.
Right. Like, I know it's weird in this day and age with the 7th place trophies and shit, but you're supposed to be upset if you're not finishing first place.
And it seems to be like they respond. That they respond. And I mean, I'm sure
they responded to the lab. We'll see how they respond to this one, right?
Put
some challenges on there, and put some challenges up there, and we'll see. We got some transfer portal news. We landed a nice little quarterback. MJ Morris comes to the quarterback room from Coastal Carolina. MJ threw for 2,021 yards last season, 20 touchdowns. With his first year at Coastal Carolina, bringing a little bit more depth to that quarterback room there that, I guess more depth is great, joining KJ Lacey and Diabell. This a pretty talented, loaded wide receiver room. Hopefully we don't have to go into the depth pocket, and Arch stays upright and healthy all season long and has that Heisman campaign year. But what do you think about MJ Morris coming to the locker room?
I love the fact that you're bringing in a guy that has proven experience, and you're not going to be relying on a young dude that hasn't played at this level. It was, I think with Matthew Caldwell, luckily at whatever point you had to have him come in, and I think he did a very admirable job of doing what he did last year. And that's what you're going to need behind Arch Manning, because with the style of play that you're going to want to play with Arch, I keep saying I don't want Arch running. I want him to be the last alternative when it comes to that. But Lord forbid something happens, you want somebody to step in that has that in-game, that speed, that aggressive experience that he's going to be coming, that's going to be coming at you. And you're not on the job training a young dude to get in there and do this.
Yeah,
so
and
I like this a lot.
Arch shouldn't have to be put into that position, after grabbing, Brown and Hollywood Smothers, right? Like there should be enough speed, there should be enough size for the payload to be shared, but also that threat can be there for Arch with the wheels to take off too, right? Like just to keep defenses honest. But you shouldn't have to rely on the wheels so much for Arch.
And the other part of it, Wags, is I think that you bring in a dude, with some skins in the game that actually has quality playing time at this level of football. That's only going to help your young dudes. I mean, because that's another dude that can kind of go in there and kind of tutor, kind of groom these new guys that are coming in, and kind of, you want to have a great race within the race behind your starter as to who's going to get that playing time.
Played for Tim Beck last year.
Hey,
Coastal
there you
Carolina.
go.
So I mean,
you go.
A little bit of some parallels and some universes crossing to get back to the burnt 40.
And the other part about it, Wags, you would hope that at some point, whether it's against Texas State or UTSA, or I know this didn't happen last year in the non-con, but you would hope that this year with what you have built and what you have coming back, that these guys are all going to get some time to where you actually get them in the game.
The running backs or the quarterbacks?
The quarterbacks. Get the quarterbacks in there.
You mean like blowouts?
Blow. Yeah. I don't want to say anything about our UTSA and Southwest Texas friends.
So here's the thing, like people keep saying like the Longhorns got a killer schedule next year, like the Longhorns got just a hellacious schedule. I think it's a little bit of a reprieve from this year, right? It's still a tough schedule, but hell, like this season's schedule was a gauntlet. And people want to sit there and say that we had a cupcake. Bullshit. I think we had like a top 10 strength of schedule. And then also like October, from what I remember, October is going to be like a juggernaut. Like it's going to be the gauntlet for next season. But yeah, I feel like next season is a lot more beneficial than this season was, right? This season was absolute just a killer. It
was
starting off with Ohio State and then finishing, the latter portion of the season with Georgia with Georgia was mid-season, right?
Mm-hmm. October 12th or something like that.
Yeah, Georgia was kind of around the mid-season.
Yeah.
But shit, I mean, A&M's, surprising everybody playing as tough as they were, but big game Trey took care of that. But anyways, yeah, I keep seeing everybody rumbling about the schedule next year. The schedule this year was tough enough to make the schedule next year look to be pretty okay, except for the little sled in October. That's about it.
And I have to tell you, Wags, I do like
what do you have to tell me, Rodney? What do you have to tell me?
Here we go, Adam. This is what I'm fixing to tell you right now. And this is stone cold truth what is today? Wednesday? Thursday.
From Steve Austin? Is it stone cold truth from Steve Austin?
Stone cold truth from Steve Austin.
Okay.
I like the Texas State and the UTSA non-cons. To me, that's a hell of a, I know that last year with UTRGV and Sam Houston, that those were, a little bit more nail biter.
You like Texas State as a non-con?
I think that's better than what you had last year. I mean, I think that's a better test. I mean, DJ Kinney's got that's going to be a lot of fun for a lot of people, I think, with that. I know that it's going to be a game that maybe doesn't relate to a lot of people around the country, but I think here in this Texaplex corridor that we have of San Antonio all the way to Dallas,
fun for the communities and stuff, fun for everybody to get together and everything. Well, it better be a 4-score game. It better be a 5-score game.
But if it's closer, and that's where last year, where the immediate cause for concern was with Sam Houston and UTRGV is like, wait a minute, what are we doing here in a fourth quarter game? So, but I think that the UTSA, for example, Jeff Traylor's got a pretty good program right there. And he's losing a lot of pieces, but I think that you are getting a little bit. You see Texas Tech's schedule for next year. God, those guys, they're gonna fly right into the playoffs with what they have. It's soft, super soft. Talking about
maybe it's November. I'm thinking of then. Where's the game where we have LSU?
LSU's in Baton Rouge.
Then it might be November where we got a juggernaut. We got like a 3-week juggernaut.
Yeah.
I'll have to pull that up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was October, but it might be November then.
I did see.
No, it is October. It's October.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's October. Yeah.
It's October where we got that.
Stu and I were laughing about this yesterday about the all too early projections. And I saw this morning. The projections for the first round of the playoffs next year, college football, if it stays at 12. Ole Miss 8 at Miami. Winner plays number 1, Indiana. Number 12, whoever that is, at number 5, Oregon. Winner plays number 4, Georgia. 11, BYU at Ohio State. Winner plays number 3, Notre Dame. A&M, number 10 at number 7, Texas Tech. Winner plays number 2, Texas. Way early, but
way early. Yeah.
Fun to laugh at, fun to look at.
Hold on here. Yeah, so November is going to be the toughest part.
As it should be. That's
November's not. It's not October. It's November. November will be the toughest part.
Yeah. Speaking of that, hopefully we find out. Well, I guess what do they have till Saturday or Sunday to figure out if this 12-team system stays, or if you go to 16, do 16 for a couple of years and then go to 24. I think I really didn't have a problem with the 12, other than a couple of the cupcakes that
I didn't have a problem. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't have a problem with it either. Where do you want to go? Do you want to talk about the arms race that's going on in baseball real quick?
The Mets did it again, right, dude? The Mets.
It's either, if it's not the Dodgers, it's the Mets, right? And of course, like the Mets have to do something. They got to keep in, I guess, somewhat of an arm's reach of the Dodgers. But I mean, Freddie Peralta, we talk about pitching. You absolutely need the hurlers in baseball to kind of shut down the bats. So what's this do for the Mets? Hold on. I can't even believe I just asked that.
Well, I'll tell you, Wags. This is where it's different. Where like
is this any different? Is this any different?
That's
from
where
the Mets acquiring a big piece.
It just sets them up to fuck up again. It's like when the Dodgers add pieces, it's like, oh man. But like when the Mets do it, it's like, okay, it's just going to be a bigger bullseye when they don't get over the hump. And
we're talking about a team that at one point had and again, I get it. They were older in their years, but even after their stint at the Mets, they were able to provide really good baseball for teams when they left the Mets. But at one point, the Mets had Verlander and Mad Max on their team, and they weren't able to get shit done. They also had some bats to add to that run support. Okay. So,
well,
what's going on? What's going on in Queens?
Well, they were trying to copy the Houston model. And, just because it worked there doesn't mean it's going to work over here. But I mean, you're adding to this again. It kind of sucks because like you mentioned, the arms race and the lack of a salary cap or whatever it is, just the endless spending, that kind of sucks. But this doesn't concern me as much as the Dodgers scooping up people, because you still got to get through the Dodgers. And I don't think.
Well, no, that's my question. Is this not enough for the Mets to even come close to even rival the Dodgers? Right? That the first thing you have to do when you go to take on a National League All-Star, we can't even call them a National League All-Star team anymore. A world baseball team. Right? Like a world all-star team here. When you go to take on a world all-star team, you at least have to have the pitching, right? That's the first thing you have to make sure that you have is pitching, right?
Yeah. I do like that the Mets, they also signed Bo Bichette. So I think that will, to me, that's more impactful, I think, to help your infield. Well, I say more impactful. I think you'll see the more immediate impact there with him coming in. But I just think that, like Patrick says, don't worry about the Mets. They're always going to fail. I think they're kind of like the Buffalo Bills, to where it's like you think they're built to do this yet again. And they just won't.
We got Orioles picked up Pete Alonso. So that's another big bat out of their lineup there. Who else did they have? I had this pulled up. Hold on. I want to say Diaz already left. Yeah, they lost Diaz and they lost Nemo too. Brandon Nemo. So yeah, big. I mean, lots to fill there, especially in the heart of the lineup. So we'll see how they are able to do that. Bo Bichette maybe adds somewhat of some lumber there, but again, Freddie Peralta is a nice pickup, especially for the arms. You need the hurlers for sure. I just don't know how much is going to be enough in order to compete with the Dodgers there. We're trying to make baseball fun. We're trying to make it at least competitive, but again, when you're buying world all-star teams, sure, I guess I'll turn it on for the World Series and see how they do. But yeah, great for the Mets. Great for the Mets. That's your arms race in baseball.
You look at that addition there with Peralta coming in for the Mets, and it's like, yeah, you definitely needed that arm. But then you go and look with the Dodgers when they pick up Kyle Tucker. It's like, man, they're only strengthening that lineup. To where it's like, you look at the Dodgers lineup.
Hitting out the 9? There's no way Simeon's if they're using Simeon out of the 9, it's just so they can roll the lineup over. You would think, right?
Yeah, kind of solidify the bottom of it. Yeah,
that's basically just to kind of give a little bit of a benefit towards the last portion of that 9. Like, I don't think it's just because Simeon is the worst in that lineup there. I think they're basically just trying to roll it over.
Yeah. Looking like Cody Bellinger, 5 years, $162 million for the Yankees.
Welcome back.
Just money.
Yeah, it's just money. We just throw it out there.
Isn't that funny though that the Yankees are kind of like, the Dodgers have become the Yankees.
Or it feels like the Yankees are just taking second, sloppy seconds or scraps, right? At this point, where they used to be the front runners and leading, free agency and setting the market to be fair. But yeah, well, I don't. Sal, talk to us, buddy. What's going on up there in the Bronx, in the Boogie now?
Well, and
Queens is spending more money than the Bronx.
Yeah, Ranger Suarez, with Boston, but still, it's like it was always the Yankees and the Red Sox, and now it's like they're picking these really good guys up. I mean, that are going to obviously help them and spending a lot of money, but the Dodgers just keep, piling gold into what they're doing. So nobody's going to beat the Dodgers, Wags. I mean, I don't see.
They'll drop a few, but I mean, I'm with you. Like, if you guys want to go out there to Vegas or call your cousin, make a futures bet, I think the safest one out there. I don't know how much return you're going to get for it, but if you want to lay a C note down on the Dodgers, you might as well do it now and see what your return is going to be. Where you want to get into next? I saw a little bit of NFL news. Guess what? Shocker, surprise, surprise. Brandon Ayuk is not going to be a 49er anymore.
Yeah.
Who saw that coming?
Yeah, how about that? And now it's like very clear. There's not even, this isn't like a Dallas Cowboy Aaron Rodgers thing where it's going to drag on forever. It's like he's not going to be here, and that's good for San Francisco. Go out there and fill that hole because, I mean, 49ers. It's like,
look at what San Francisco was able to do in spite of not having him and just a headache, right? Able to kind of have Greg Jennings emerge as is hold on. Pearsall's wide receiver 1, right? Like I know he's been battling injury, but hell, shit. It feels like the entire locker room of the 49ers has been dealing injury and against attrition. But is Jennings the one, or is Pearsall the one in San Francisco? I think I ultimately have to go with Pearsall, right? But Jennings emerged this year in Pearsall's injury, just in spell of Pearsall. But the fault would have to be Pearsall. You had another piece to that wide receiver room, right? I don't know what the status is going to be with Kittle coming back off that ACL.
That's going to be tough.
Tongas looks like a decent spell, but he's no George Kittle, right? I think there's still some pieces to be built with San Francisco. Look at what they were able. I mean, it was basically the McCaffrey machine, right? But still, and able to play from inside out. They were the 10-win team. Got their with.
They almost had the number 1 seed
with injuries on the defense too, right? Yeah. So
I don't know. What they can go get? The 49ers can get Keon Coleman, because if I'm him, I'm not going back to Buffalo after all that shit yesterday. Where the owner calls him out. It's like, that's not really the one we wanted. We just did it because Brandon wanted to do it. I'm like, I don't think that I'd feel comfortable in that.
I would have gone a different way. Like I would have chose a different message, right? I would have said maybe, we have faith in Keon Coleman that he'll reach the potential that we thought he would when we drafted him. Yeah. Something more positive that way. But yeah, I think everybody knows Coleman has not lived up to his potential, right? I've said it numerous times. He's not callous. He's not hard enough to be, in the league, or he hasn't played. He's been playing very soft, right? He's allowing defensive backs to reroute him and kind of dictate, the routes that he runs on option routes instead of, being demanding and being deliberate with his routes. You need that. You need absolute dominance in terms. Quarterback has to be able to rely on you and build that rapport and trust, right? And that's just not happening. That you're seeing his targets drop because of it too, or just Josh Allen's just not targeting him too, right? Like going back to having to go back and get Brandon Cooks, go find a veteran wide receiver and on the market is as late as it was in finding Cooks because Coleman can't produce. It's tough. And Coleman exactly isn't the wide receiver that Cooks is either, right? Coleman's usually your possession receiver, but he can't even convert, tough third down catches. So, and struggling to get separation as well. I think the writing's on the wall. I don't even know if Coleman would work in San Francisco. I know, Shanahan's offense is fantastic for people to go and find themselves and kind of, reinvigorate their career and kind of work on hone in their craft. But it's forgiving of a system and beneficial of a system that Shanahan is. I don't even know if Coleman can be there, because you got to be able to block in Shanahan's system. You have to be able to block downfield if you're a wide receiver, right? and do all the dirty work. I don't know if Coleman's going to do that.
Yeah, Terry Pagula going full Jerry Jones yesterday in that presser there with Brandon Beane, who's been elevated there within the Bills as they still try to chase down
interviewing Dable. Interviewing Dable is madness. Honestly,
he's like a front runner for that head coaching job. Wags,
unreal, absolutely unreal.
Yeah, it's like either that or the OC in Tennessee. And that's what. So you weren't here yesterday. So Robert Saleh to Tennessee. Oh, I think we talked about that.
We talked about that. Yeah, that was a couple days ago.
Before. Yeah. So
I don't know. Yesterday, man.
Yeah. What's that?
A lot of wrestling on yesterday.
Hey, I was
out and about and listening.
Yeah. It was fun to talk wrestling, especially when we talk the old wrestling, because I don't know the new stuff. I don't follow it anymore. But when we can talk about the old stuff, I get a little jazzed up about that.
Always good to have Suplex Stu on. Very thankful to have him on riding and spell for me. Appreciate that. Anything else we got to get off the slate before we get out here?
Mike McDaniel, Los Angeles Chargers offensive coordinator. You like that?
I think he'll be fine. I think he'll do great there. I think the best move that I would have loved for McDaniel was to come as the Giants offensive coordinator, but I knew that wasn't happening when they brought in the offensive coordinator from Baltimore. But still, I'm trying to think. I guess it's a really good landing spot for McDaniel, right? He can sit there and learn from Harbaugh, his mentorship, and kind of get. And that's what McDaniel needed to do, right? Very youthful coach, young coach. Seemed like he had success when he started out of the gate, but then things kind of started getting away from him, right? Maybe he learns how to kind of hone everything in under Harbaugh, and who knows? We don't know how long Harbaugh is going to be in the league for. He's getting up there in age too. Maybe he wants to kind of step out, and ride off into a sunset later on. Maybe he inherits.
Could be.
The Chargers, and maybe the Chargers promote from within when that time comes and McDaniel's able to take on the head coaching job. That would be a nice head coaching job to have, the Chargers, especially after being in their system for a while with their young talent. It seems like you got a franchise quarterback right now. You'd probably be getting Justin Herbert, in 3 or 4 years in the latter portion of his years. So there's some good promising upside to being the offensive coordinator for the Chargers.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh's going to pull him in and say, lesson number 1, son. Wear khakis. Get in khakis.
Drink milk while you eat steak.
Yeah, don't go out there looking like a fool. Come on.
Harbaugh's are a weird. I won't say weird. Unique family. Different family. I guess classic Midwest family. Can I say that? I don't really know what a Midwest family is, but when I think of a Midwest family, I think about them drinking milk with steak.
I know.
Just a different type of vibe, man. Like just drinking milk with every meal, man. That's just a weird type of vibe, man.
Yeah, it is. I mean, with those two, it's like okay, yeah. There are some differences. I mean,
can you imagine just being a dinner? You probably it'd be every damn 5 seconds would be a quiz on football. Like, hey,
oh God,
what would you do in this situation, huh?
Yeah,
huh? Gotta run it, man. Gotta run, Captain comeback. It's like sitting at the helm of your table. Get the hell out of here, man.
At Christmas, it's like, okay, let's do our prayer here before we have the dinner. No, forget about that. Let's go to a situational play.
Who's got it better than us?
Yeah. Let's draw something up. They probably got a whiteboard in their like dining room where
kids.
Yeah,
granddad, who's got look? You got a football. What do you know?
Yeah.
Little football.
Yeah,
Who's got
exactly. Other one before Eric Henry jumps on because he's in the waiting room. So Kansas City doing the Dallas Cowboy move. Eric Bieniemy back.
Bringing them back. Yeah, I saw that too. I mean, I don't really know how much that moves the needle for me there with Kansas City. Maybe they're trying to revitalize something. Maybe they're on their last thread. And that could be a really good move bringing in Bieniemy. He was able to get that offense, thriving. Hell yeah, bring it in there. I think they're trying to revitalize something that might be dead, right? Ultimately, I think, I mean, they're going to have to go and look at, building their new tight end, building a new tight end there, building a piece there. Their running game's kind of sputtered a little bit. Maybe Bieniemy can help bring that back. But ultimately, like, the real magic was there when Tyreek Hill was there, right? It ultimately hasn't been the same with that connection between Mahomes and Tyreek Hill. Like him just being able to just unleash that rocket arm, and then Tyreek Hill being able to run underneath of it, or hell, like just run for his life, and then Tyreek Hill being able to come back to it. There hadn't really been a wide receiver that has had that type of skill set since he's left that locker room. You've seen flashes of it with Rashee Rice, but still not as demanding as, and rightfully so. Like, nobody's the cheetah, right? He's just got that type of dominant speed and the ability to come back and reroute. But yet, maybe you bring Bieniemy in and they can revitalize something and kind of, get something working again. But if I'm the Chiefs, I'm kind of looking a different direction and seeing what we can do in the draft.
And I really think that you have to, as hard as this is to say, I mean, especially for Chiefs fans, is with Mahomes, it's going to be coming off this injury. You don't know if he's going to be ready for the regular season opener. You have to start thinking about life after Mahomes. What if he doesn't come back in the 3/4 of the fashion that
we already talked about life after? Are we already talking about life after Mahomes?
You just never know. I mean, all our bodies are different. I mean, how's he going to respond coming back? What do you
quite a bit? Been banged up quite a bit. You're right. But I think we're still. I think we're in the Mahomes era. Okay.
Yeah. So the other thing that I thought, because we know before Bieniemy left Kansas City, he got overlooked for a lot of head coaching jobs for whatever reasons. Could he be the heir apparent? Are they bringing him back to replace Andy Reid when Andy steps away?
I would think Spags would, if they're going to hire from within, I would think Spags would be the heir apparent, right? Spags and Andy have been there. They've been the most consistent tandem. For their tenure there. But no, I mean, I wouldn't. It wouldn't be a bad thing to give Bieniemy a shot. I would just think that it would be Spags more than anybody else if they're hiring from within.
Yeah, we shall see.
Big E, what's up, brother?
What is going on, fellas? Wags, I was vehemently agreeing with you when you talk about Midwestern family. If I could,
did I hit the stereotype right?
If I can indulge you guys in a quick story.
Absolutely.
Of course, you guys know, I'm a Floridian, so I know nothing about the Midwest outside of
I'm from Maryland.
I went to grad school in Chicago. That's not really the Midwest. My first real interaction with the Midwest is my better half, who was from Pendleton, Indiana, which is
that's
90 minutes outside of Indy. Okay. Two things. One, let's get to the milk right here. They drink milk with everything.
Yeah,
milk. Every meal, milk. Okay, like her dad is just like, and whole milk, by the way.
Do they eat bread too with their meal?
You'll get a lot of rolls, like just with meals that you like. Growing up, I don't know about you Wags and URR, but for me, a roll was like Thanksgiving or like an occasion, or maybe like a Sunday dinner.
Well, we would have like loaves of bread there because bread was filling. Like we would eat.
We had them with fried chicken all the time.
We would eat soups a lot, right? Well, we had we were on a fixed income. My grandparents raised me, so we would have bread with our food a lot, but not milk. I mean, stuff to fill you up, right? Stuff that you weren't exactly eating all the the fixings at the table, like the big meat and stuff, but you were using bread to kind of fill your stomach up too. So
here's the quick story I'll tell. Okay, so my better half, she looks less like me and more like Wags. And the first time I'm going to meet her,
what are you talking about? We look alike. What are you talking about?
The first time I'm going to meet her family, we're picking up breakfast, right? Like they're going to be some homemade casseroles and the whole nine. But she wants to pick up like it's like their version of a goat, like of a Cracker Barrel, right? We go pick up some stuff and we take it there. And she claims that she told them like that I was, being introduced to the family. I'm not 100% sure that was the case, because when I'm carrying the, bags of food in, they're looking at me like the Uber Eats man, like, hey, you don't have to come inside to drop it off. We'll take it right here. You don't have to come inside to actually put it in the kitchen.
No, you're good, bro.
Yeah, good. Yeah. And then you're like, oh, wait, you're with her. Oh, hey, come on in. Come
on in, son.
They come on in, and then the milk was just apparent. I mean, just like I'm talking about to tie these two stories together. The milk was tied like it was poured in like a jar that you would serve like punch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So everyone comes and they got their glass of milk with their breakfast casserole and whatnot. So yes, the milk was abundant. And then we went out to dinner at a steakhouse. We actually went into Indianapolis for a steakhouse. Both my better half and her dad
drinking milk.
And I'm just like, This is aggressive, but you know, hey, I'm just glad I made it through being the
How do
Uber Eats
you
man.
drink milk with a steak, dude? Like the steak is filling enough. How do you drink? You're a machine. You are a machine.
I'm just glad I made it through being the Uber Eats man, Wags. That's all.
Guys, I have to tell you. So obviously the Indianapolis 500, you win the greatest motor race in the world, and they hand you a thing of milk.
Right.
And I'm talking to
Victory Lane. Serious?
Yeah, they hand you a thing of milk in a glass jar, and that's what you drink after the race. And I'm talking to Simon Pagino once. I had him on.
You're right. I have seen that. I've seen
that's what they drink.
The
Simon Pagino is like, I'm dying of thirst after this race. I had run out of whatever he was out. He's like, I just need something with electrolytes, and they hand me this milk.
They hand me milk. They hand me something that can make me more thirsty.
The other thing about it, for the 500, they get to pick. They're like, do you want 2%? Do you want whole milk? Do you? It's like you pick. Every driver picks the milk that they want if they win. And he says they hand me this shit, and they gave me the wrong one.
Oh no! At least I'd ask for. Can you can have chocolate, right? Can you have chocolate milk, or does it have to be regular white milk?
Well, apparently, from what Eric says, chocolate milk don't go over well in Indiana. So,
hey, man,
I think it's got to be white milk.
All right, I don't know why it's got to be that, but it is.
Hey, Double R, as long as it's made aware that it's chocolate milk ahead of time. If it's a surprise, you might get stopped out front.
Caveat right there. Jay Gunnett, what's up, brother? Welcome to the convo.
What up? Sorry, I was doing some napkin math on my computer, kind of. So
some what?
Napkin math? You never heard of that?
Is that like 6, 7 or something? Just like
I heard it now. What's good? What did you come to? What was the sum of the equation?
No, I might be the only person that did this, but I was curious. MJ Morris, not very good stats. He's came in some games as like we're fucked, just play the number 2. But he's also started a few games. So I went through all of his starts and figured out the stats from the starts specifically. He's 5-4 as a starter, and has a 12-13 touchdown to interception ratio.
A Tim Beck offense.
Well, he was at NC State for 2 years, Maryland for a year, and Coastal for a year. So, but that is a good point.
Remember how lethargic the Tim Beck offense can be, gents. So
you just hope you don't need him in a pressure situation. Just hope you don't need him.
Yeah, but again, depth to the quarterback room is still a good thing. It's a great
absolutely,
thing.
Absolutely, yep, good stuff.
So I guess you guys are going to be talking about MJ, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
That MJ.
So yeah,
no,
sorry,
no J Guns. You going to talk a little bit of Michael Jordan?
No, never that. Never
No. Michael Jordan. All
that
right, LeBron.
NASCAR and won.
I see you, LeBron. I got you.
Okay, wait. Question before I leave.
How's it working
why
with
was
the Buck family, LeBron? How's it working out right now, bud?
I don't know. Why did y'all start talking about chocolate milk? And I'm with Jake Bayless. Promised Land chocolate milk is the best one. I don't know about the second part of this post, but yeah.
Well, apparently, chocolate milk isn't allowed in Indiana. Ask Eric about it.
Jordan, I was relaying a story to the fellas. Wags was talking. It's chaos.
I was talking about Midwesterners, right? And I was just like, can you imagine, having a dinner with Jim Harbaugh? He drinks milk with steak. And I was just like, that's a really Midwest thing to do. And then I was like, actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't know what the Midwest is. And Eric came in. He's just like, you're absolutely right, Wags.
As someone whose better half is from the armpit of the Midwest, like a suburb of Indianapolis, I was just co-signing that. Yes, they do drink milk with a lot of meals. And then I relayed a story about how, because Jordan, my better half, looks a lot like you and Wags and less like me. I don't know that she fully relayed to the families that's coming to meet them who was coming to dinner. And when I had the bags of, food that we brought there, they were like, hey, you don't have to come inside to drop that off. Like,
milkman, you're good.
We've got it from here. Like Uber Eats doesn't have to deliver to the kitchen. And I was like,
yeah.
And then it was a whole story. That's what we got on chocolate milk. And yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
your
and we were talking
girlfriend's
about the Indy
family said
500.
that to you the first time y'all met?
Jordan, it wasn't verbatim. It just was implied as I was going, like, walking through the door to bring
Just
the
a
bags
hilarious
in.
moment. Just a
There
funny
was a
moment.
measure of surprise that, like, I was stepping into, the house to drop the food off. For some folks, some like her parents.
They're not used to chocolate milk, Jordan. They're not used to chocolate milk.
Let me
if I was in Eric's shoes, I would have been like, "Fuck you."
Let me clean this up real quick. Luckily, she's not a sports fan, but clean this shit up real quick before it gets clean.
And then we were talking about, because the Indy 500 in Indianapolis, the winner drinks milk.
I was like, can you have chocolate milk?
Yeah, Wag said, can they drink chocolate milk? And I said, apparently chocolate milk's not allowed in Indiana, from what E is saying. So
let me clean this up real quick. Her parents knew that I was coming in. Her siblings, the extended family, I don't think they had been put on game as to who was coming. That's all.
Jeez.
Eric's in an episode of Get Me Out of Here.
Hey,
what's that movie?
Get Out. Yeah, you know what?
Get Out.
I went back. I went back for Christmas. I actually been back twice for Christmas and for holidays, and now, like, they all love me, so it's all good. I think they just need to be put up on game, Wags.
Man,
dude, we talked about it the other week, man. It's a lot different when that ball goes in the hole, right?
Well, it's, I always get the white folk always tell me, Rodriguez. I know a Rodriguez. Just one. That's it.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Man, no, anytime it's like, I don't know, something spooky happens.
What are we doing here?
Listen. This made me think about it. But
welcome to the racial hour of
whenever it's quiet in my house and we're like laying down and you hear a noise and it's like, oh, what's that? My girlfriend always hits me because I'm like, get out. Because that's what they do in the movie. They whisper, get out, or whatnot. And she hates that shit. Or like anytime we're in public and something weird, I'm like, get out. She hates that. But that just made me think about that. But yeah, we will not be talking about milk during
what are you all talking about?
Is it a Mexican or a black dude that says get out?
You just watch the movie and what we're talking about.
I know.
All right, boys. I'm gonna get out of your hair.
Later. All right.
We'll see you.
All right. Hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Interesting start to the hour, but hey, we're here now. Eric, where do we want to start? MJ Morris or Texas Kentucky basketball?
Let's go MJ Morris. Let's flip it up.
Okay. Well, we already talked about it a little bit, but earlier this morning, the Longhorns signed MJ Morris. He's a quarterback transfer. Currently unranked as a transfer. He'll be in his 5th and final year of eligibility this season. He has played at least 4 games, or how should I say this? He has yet to play a full 12 games in a season, and he has played in a game in each season, but he still has a red shirt left to use. So, or a red shirt year left, I guess I should say. So 1 more year of eligibility. Originally from Carrollton, was the number 24 quarterback prospect in the nation. Coming out of Carrollton, that's also the same high school that produced Julian Lewis, and the same high school that Zealous Hicks, the freshman Texas safety, was at for his junior year of high school, which was technically a senior since he only did 3 years of high school. So yeah, and funny story, Hank actually interviewed this kid after Alabama offered him at a camp in 2019. That's how long this guy's kind of been working towards that college football dream. Don't have a ton of stuff, but want to pull up his stats as a starter. He's appeared in 20 total games across his stops at NC State, Maryland, and Coastal. NC State, he was there for 2 years, signed there out of high school. And then transferred into Maryland for 1 season, and then after that, spent this past season at Coastal Carolina. As you can see down here, he's 5-4 as a starter. And these starts have come versus Wake Forest, Boston College, Marshall, Duke, Clemson, Miami, Penn State, Virginia, and Charleston Southern. For his career as a starter, he's 140 at 247 for 57% completion percentage. And he's thrown for 1,441 passing yards, That's 5.7 yards per pass attempt, 10.3 yards per completion, and has 12 touchdowns to 13 interceptions in his career as a starter. And doesn't have a ton of value as a runner, but a fair amount of the yards were negated because of sack yardage. He's never really had a good offensive line to play behind. But as a starter, 83 carries for 67 yards and 1 touchdown. I'm not going to come up on here and lie like I've watched him play football. I've never watched this guy. I didn't have time to go through and evaluate anything. But on the hoof, very easy to kind of describe this as the Matthew Caldwell of the 2026 portal cycle. Does Texas need him? No, but it's going to help a lot, in the case that Arch Manning misses a game. Each and every year, the Sarkisian era, the backup quarterback has had to play a game. And this season, Arch Manning started every game, right?
This year was the first year in the Sarkisian era that one quarterback, the starter, started every game.
Got it. But Caldwell obviously had to come in, put the cape on versus Mississippi State. And if I'm not mistaken, he came in late versus Florida, right?
Correct.
Were there any other situations where he came in when the game was still a game and not decided already?
No, Mississippi State and Florida were the only two.
Got it. That Mississippi State one was huge. He threw a rope to the end zone. Emmett Mosley makes a great catch. And I'm sure people might hear some of the stats that I just read off or put on the screen and think, hey, this guy isn't even as good as Matthew Caldwell. Well, Matthew Caldwell kept Texas in the ball game versus Florida and versus Mississippi State and would have been the backup quarterback at Troy University last year. So, I think it's still a good take. Eric, I don't know if you have any thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'll be super quick. But, Jordan, I'm glad you made that last point, right? Because people will look at the stats and be like, all right, well, this is – like I see Jake Bayless, not picking on Jake, obviously that's our guy. But he's like, we got our practice squad quarterback, right? Let's not forget, Matt Caldwell had 7 or 8 career starts, if memory serves me correct, entering the last year. MJ Morris has 5 career starts?
9.
9? Okay.
Yeah, 9 starts, 20 career game appearances in 4 years.
Okay, so you're basically getting, in terms of starting experience, the same player. Right. So you can't just summarily be like, all right, we've got our, number 3, number 4 quarterback. That was the same way Matt Caldwell, for some folks, was talked about when he signed. Right. To me, 2 things. One, I think if Steve Sarkisian's bringing someone in at this stage in the game, it's a little bit different than when they brought in Matt Caldwell. Right. Because obviously you still had the second window. You could bring players could enter the portal, so on and so forth. But that was after Steve saw what he had in KJ Lacey and Trey Owens, right? Mm-hmm. So it's different as opposed to now bringing someone in. But I still think it's the same sentiment. I think Steve is bringing a veteran quarterback in the event that, hey, I don't want to go to KJ Lacey or Dia Bell, right? So there is that. That's one. 2, again, and I'm not picking on anyone. I'm just really adamant about, I think we have to change the way we view the offseason in college. You got to view it like the NFL. Would you go in the NFL? Would you want to go into a regular season with a pair of backup quarterbacks who either haven't played or are rookies, right? And in essence, that's kind of where Dia Bell and KJ Lacey fit. No, you go and you get a veteran to at least push one of those guys, or possibly push one of those guys being the backups, or possibly come in and solidify that backup role. That's how I view this. I don't know, Jordan, if you view it any differently, just because, of course, from a talent perspective, like Dia Bell, KJ Lacey, MJ Morris, not the same. But also, the last thing I'll say is this. It is kind of tough to go get a backup, because if you're Texas, you're getting someone with the understanding you're a backup. It's not like you're going to go get, like, for example, a Parker Navarro from Ohio who has started there and is probably looking for an opportunity to start, right? So it kind of limits what you can do. But Jordan, have at it.
Yeah, you brought up a good point with the NFL. It made me think of kind of what the Seahawks did. I mean, their big free agent was Sam Darnold. And then they drafted Jalen Milroe. But before Jalen Milroe sees the field, you're going to see Drew Lock, because they signed him too, knowing that they would be up creek without a paddle with Jalen Milroe having to start football games in his first year in the NFL. So that is a really good comparison and analogy. And as far as, I mean, what does it mean for KJ Lacey and Diabell? I don't think it means anything. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if KJ Lacey actually ends up being the QB2 ahead of MJ Morris. You know, you look at last year's quarterback room, what that looked like. Obviously, Arch was going to be the starter. And then Trey Owens in year 2. He lost the job, the QB2 battle in spring ball to KJ Lacey. But you look at KJ Lacey, and he's 5'11", like 170, a low 180 pounds, right? You can't play him year 1. You can play him when you're up 50 versus Sam Houston State. You can't put him in on the road at Mississippi State when you need a touchdown. You can't put him in the game versus Florida when the offensive line was getting their ass kicked and Arch Manning was running for his life, and you needed to push the ball downfield. You couldn't put a year 1 KJ Lacey in those scenarios. That's why he ended up sorry, I lost my train of thought. That's why they ended up going for Matthew Caldwell. This year, I think KJ Lacey in year 2 is going to be, more ready to play at an SEC level than Trey Owens was. That's why he beat him out last year. And also, I mean, with Morris and KJ Lacey and the QB room in general, the main thing I'm watching, because it's obviously set in stone that Arch Manning is the starter, the main thing I'm watching is what do we hear about KJ Lacey versus Diabell? MJ Morris is a 1-year rental. There's now only one portal window. It's in January. KJ Lacey and Diabell are going to be having their quarterback battle this year, even though one of those guys won't have the chance to start until 2027. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it unfolds. And with Morris, I mean, one thing I forgot to mention, yes, I brought up Hank, interviewed him from that Alabama camp, but also Steve Sarkisian was who offered him at that Alabama camp. That was almost 7 years ago. That was 6.5 years ago. And I'm almost positive A.J. Milwee was also on that Alabama staff. Obviously, Jeff Banks was, Kyle Flood was. So they've known him for a long time. They recruit Georgia. They know the staff at Carrollton quite well. And also, I mean, this is really good insurance, and there's no way in hell they're paying him more than like $100K a year at the very most. I have no idea what clear and obvious backup quarterbacks get in their 5th year of eligibility in the portal. But I doubt they're spending much of any money on him that it makes a dent in the rest of the portal plans that are still ongoing. So, yeah, I like it. I like the pickup. And also one thing too, like people are going to bring up Matthew Caldwell, and we already talked about, they'll forget he was supposed to start at Troy. But starting games at Troy and Gardner-Webb is a lot different than NC State, Maryland, and even to some degree Coastal. So, yeah. And as Wags brought up, we need to give him some slack for his 1 year at Coastal because Tim Beck was calling plays. And Texas fans still have PTSD there. But, yeah, hey, we'll get into this ice storm and weather in a bit. I see some comments there. And, yeah, I mean, Zay, I don't know. There actually was some differing information. I had heard he was going to start on the interior D-line, and that's why I asked him at the All-American Bowl in San Antonio, are you starting in the Alan Clark's room or Baker's room? He said the Alan Clark's room. So that's what I'm going off of. And, yeah. All right, Texas basketball lost another one last night to Kentucky. The Mark Pope coached Kentucky team. 80-85. Eric, what went wrong for the Longhorns? Thoughts, takeaways?
What went wrong? Jordan, I don't know if you saw the quote, but his team has a virus. They will foul the shit out of anyone. They will foul the living shit out of anyone. It doesn't matter if you're shooting a three, if you're fading away. His team, you're squinting. Did you see that quote, Jordan, or no?
There it is. I was trying to find the fouls.
Okay.
Here.
Okay. All right. Just making sure. Yes. So that was Texas's problem last night. 23 fouls led to, as you see right above, or not right above it, but you see it towards the top middle of the screen, 30 of 35 from the free throw line for Kentucky. In a game where it's 85-80, that's where they won this game. I think the turning point may have been, Jordan, the game was 40-40 at the half, right? Like Texas played a really good first half outside of, and also to be clear, they were shorthanded. I know everyone wants to bang on Cam Heide. I wrote that in the story, and people were like, why are you saying they were shorthanded? In order to be shorthanded, the player actually have to do something. all right, I don't think it's ideal to go into Rupp Arena with a 7-player rotation, right? When Sean's only playing 8, to limit that one more and a big, like that's not ideal. So they were shorthanded, right? To go in shorthanded and be tied at 40, that was really good. They managed to withstand that second-hand push because Kentucky went up 6 at the first minutes of the second half. Actually took a 2-point lead like midway through the second half, but the turning point, as I said, Sim Wilcher, who got the start for Dalen Swain, as you see, provided 2 points in 26 minutes, right? So not much of anything there. But what happened was it was actually a really bad sequence, Jordan. Sim Wilcher got his shit just rejected right back in his face, and he on a 3-point attempt, he races back the other way to try and stop Otegua Away. I finally pronounced his name correctly. Otegua Away on a breakaway layup. And the flagrant foul rule is really weird in college basketball. It's kind of like the clear path rule, where if they even perceive that you're not making an attempt on the ball, they'll call it flagrant, right? And the way Sim Wilcher kind of came up is instead of just swatting, like making an attempt on the ball, he kind of like tried to commit the foul by putting his right hand on his back, but then also coming around with the left. So it probably looked more egregious than it actually was because the kid didn't even fall down. Like he landed fine, but the intent of the rule, it ended up being a flagrant. So 2 shots, which were 2 free throws, which were made, plus the ball. Kentucky goes up 6, and then Texas really had to try to battle their way back all the way the rest of the game. They got as close as 2, but couldn't really close. So you see there 29 for Swain. Dalen Swain is the best thing that Texas has right now. They got modest 14 attempts. You'd like to see him make more than 5 of 14, right? I came on here and said yesterday if they can get him the ball earlier in the shot clock, it would help. Didn't really help last night, so there's that. And again, like this team Jordan, they're only playing 8 guys. And in essence, if Sim Wilcher isn't giving him anything, if Cam Heide isn't giving him anything, and I'll give Cam Heide credit. Jordan, I'm sure you didn't watch the game. Dude, Cam Heide was announced as the starter, right? If you go on a stat broadcast, they had him listed as a starter. At the last minute, they make the switch to Sim Wilcher. Heide is visibly like ill on the bench to where like they shoot him the broadcast with, I had never heard of this before, called a sick bag. It actually like red sick bag. Yeah, it was like a clear white thing. And it was very clear that he had puked in the bag. Like I didn't need to see that on the broadcast. But you know how like, when the team makes a play and the bench are like up and cheering and whatnot, Cam Heide's just there like this. Like he looks like he has the plague, bro. Clearly in this in halftime, they gave him, I don't know if it was IV or whatnot, because he came out second half and gave him 8 minutes. But yeah, they're already playing in essence 7 guys, 7.5, depending on what you want to call Heide and Wilcher. And the fouls are just, at this point, they're 321st in the nation in fouls committed per game, right? They're only 366 Division I teams. So you do the math.
Jeez. Okay. I have a few questions.
Yeah.
How big of a problem is it that of these 8 players, 4 of them, which is Jordan Pope, Simeon Wilcher, Camden Heide, and Lucina Torre and Weaver, that's actually 5 of them. 5 of the 8 players that played combined to go 6 of 23 from the field and 0 of 10 from the 3-point line in 107 total minutes.
It's a problem. Here's the thing. Texas doesn't have an issue scoring. They actually, and I don't have the number in front of me, they're actually like top, third of the nation. And I'm actually a little narrow than that in points per game. But in SEC play, Jordan, it's an issue, right? The reason, to be honest, outside of fouling, the reason Kentucky beat them, scroll down, Kentucky played 10 players, right?
Mm-hmm.
They played 10. And they got, okay, so I guess we'll say call it 9 because Trent Noah got 2 minutes, right? But they got 32 minutes from Colin Chandler, 18 points. And they got quality minutes from Garrison and Diabote, right? So their guys their starters aren't as pressed. You go back up for Texas, yeah, the numbers in terms of minutes may look like it's spread out, but they're having to do everything on both ends of the floor. So it really is a problem that they can't get. Lucina Torre is not going to score points. They need him to grab 6-7 rebounds a game. I think Lucina may have had 6 last night. He had 1. Okay, there you go, right? And it was an offensive board and a shot he missed.
He had 1 and 4 fouls in 12 minutes.
So that's nothing, right? If Lucina isn't getting 6-7 boards, he's not really giving anything. Luckily, Kendall Weaver was classic Kendall Weaver last night, which was like 5 dunks on backdoor cuts when they just were like, yo, this dude can't shoot, so we're going to ignore him. He does that backdoor cut for a dunk. Okay. But I guess to succinctly answer your question, Jordan, it's a problem in SEC play because teams are just going to run 8, 9, 10 guys at them, and they'll eventually wear out.
And I know he's in the doghouse because of effort or lack of effort, but like at what point is Sean Miller like, fuck it, Nick Cody, get in the game. We need you to shoot the ball.
Jordan, stunned. I won't say stunned because Sean is, as I led with the quote to open, a pretty transparent dude, right? He lets you know how he feels about guys. But the fact that he couldn't, you got your starting 4 who's looks like he's barfing on the sideline, right? It still like, Nick Cody, nah, dog, sit over there and cheer. Let me see you show a little more team camaraderie. Jordan, there had to be, it wasn't just effort, right? Sean swiftly called out his maturity. So that leads me to believe there's something behind the scenes where Nick either did not handle losing his starting job because of the injury, right? Didn't handle that well enough to where he couldn't play. But yeah, at what point? Last night would have been a point where it's like, okay, can he at least give us, let's just throw him out there. At least give him 5-6 minutes to see if he can hustle, grab more than 1 rebound, and make a shot.
Yeah. Okay, so great quote by Sean Miller in the foul stuff, right? You know, if there's a foul to be given, we're gonna give it, right? Or along those lines. But he's also the head coach of these guys. He's the guy that built this team. He's the guy that chose these transfers and chose who got to stay from the previous Texas staff. That was him. It's all him, right? And now Kyle Flood would never be given a press conference after a football game, but I'm just imagining Kyle Flood being like, man, we have so many pre-snap penalties. It is a problem. These guys can't understand it. But he's the coach. What are they doing at practice? How can you say, yeah, we're not disciplined enough as the head coach? Who does it come back on? How much of this is on him and how much of this is on the fact that it's his first year? All these guys are new to him. He's new to them for the most part outside of the Xavier guys or whatnot. But how do you improve this if you're Texas and Sean Miller? You're halfway through the season, if not past it, whatever point we're at. And he is, again, the head coach of this basketball team that he's complaining about fouling. The discipline and lack of it is on him.
Yeah, I'll address that. One quick thing. I see formerly Longhorn Bear 101897's comments about like Snipes in Major League. Pope should do 20 push-ups every time he shoots a three-pointer. Respectfully, it was Jordan Pope's three-pointers that kept Texas in the game and, quite frankly, won those games against Alabama and Vandy. So I'm going to disagree there on that.
They were 2 of 18 from the 3 last night.
That's now the last 2 nights, they haven't been able to hit the barrel of the ocean, right? Or it's a hit the ocean with a 3. This is going to sound like I'm defending Sean, but there is some reality to this, right? When Sean Miller was hired in March, that roster, in essence, the portal window was already open. There were only so many guys you're going to get. That roster was basically what he was going to be stuck with, right? Now, I do think there's a measure of and that's why I asked him the question. Remember, I asked him the question after, I think it was Mississippi State, I believe, when he talked about, hey, we're giving these players simple defensive concepts. And I said, okay, if they're so simple, Sean, if they're so simple, is that a staff issue of the way you guys are coaching it? Or is that a basketball IQ thing? And of course, he gave the quote about the bus. I don't have to repeat that again, right?
Well, who decides the players with basketball IQs get to be on the team or not? That's also
what I will say in Sean's defense is this. If you take a look at the way the roster was constructed last year and the guys who came back, right? Jordan Pope, Tremont Mark, Kendall Weaver primarily, right? Weaver is supposed to be a good defender. I am at the point where I believe Kendall to be a more of a effort hustle guy than an actual excellent defender, right? That may be controversial. That's off. And there's nothing wrong with that. He hustles his ass off, but he ain't, Draymond Green locking people down. Tremont Mark physically cannot defend the way he used to 2-3 years ago, especially when he was with Houston. He is too banged up and they're asking too much of him offensively to defend the way he is. Jordan Pope is not a good defender. Nick Cody is in the doghouse, right? So I'm going to say this. and this may be controversial, but I'll take it. It's the question I asked Chris Del Conte in his scrum when they hired Sean Miller. Is the money going to be there to fund a basketball team? I asked Sean Miller, Sean, what assurances did you get from Chris Del Conte that you're going to be able to fund a competitive basketball team in the SEC? Because per our reporting, Texas was middle of the pack last year in the SEC in basketball spending, right? And we all know there's never a situation where it's like, hey, Steve Sarkisian, Jim Schlossnagle, Sean Miller, y'all need to compete over these last $2 million. It's not like that, right? And if it was, we all know who'd be winning that battle. But my point is, until Texas shows that they're going to be willing to spend what Kentucky is spending, which is $20 million plus, right? Granted, Mark Pope's roster ain't looking great either, but you get the point, right? I don't want to hear about, hey, we need a coach to do this, that, and the other. The same with Jordan. You've talked about it with football, right? Guess what, dog? You got to spend. If NIL ain't that important, people are saying like, oh, look at Kurt Cignetti. Okay, Kurt Cignetti, go take over FIU. If money ain't that important, go ahead. I'll get back to me in 2 years, right? So that's my long-winded way of saying Sean does have to take some accountability because he is the coach of this team, but there was a large measure of this roster that he was stuck with because the funds were already allocated elsewhere. They couldn't just go out and be like, yo, we're going to go get this, and this. If that was the case, Ryan Conwell would be in Austin right now, former Xavier shooting guard who led them in scoring last year. He would be in Austin right now with Dalen Swain as opposed to in Louisville.
Yeah. Hey, if you're a real Texas homer like you get accused of, you'd be like, hey, this $10 million Texas roster only lost by 5 to the $20 million roster. Pretty good. That's how you spin it. Okay, so Texas and the transfer portal and in high school recruiting, when they fuck things up, when they have a bad season, they take it personally and go, we're going to fix this. In football this year, the best example I can think of, no one could consistently get separation or catch the ball. They went and got Cam Coleman, who is arguably the best receiver that's ever been in the transfer portal in college football history. And it was clear as day that they were going to make a splash at receiver because they had to. In November was when I started hearing Cam Coleman, Texas is very possible. And I remember during the season, anytime there was a big drop, I would text our group chat, welcome to Austin, Cam Coleman, or something like that. I remember doing it during the Texas-Georgia game because I accidentally sent it to my family group chat and they didn't know what I was talking about. But with Texas and Texas basketball is obviously always going to be 2 or 3 at Texas behind football, maybe baseball. What are the chances the powers that be, the brass, the boosters, donors, listen to Sean Miller, take this personally, and go out and get a top 5, top 10 player in the portal or a top 5, top 10 portal class? Because you got to have the money to do it. And sometimes you got to get pissed off or fuck things up or, like in football, miss the playoffs while Tech, A&M, Oklahoma are all in it. And they took it personally. They have a top 5 portal class. Could the same thing happen in basketball, you think? Or is it not serious enough at a school like Texas for basketball?
I think we'll find out this offseason, and if I had to put a percentage on it, I would call it 65-35 in favor of them making at least one splash. Texas is never going to be able to, just by the nature of, a smaller roster, I don't think they're ever going to go out and get like 3-4 guys in the portal, right? Like you've seen a Georgia, a Kentucky, et cetera, Tennessee do, right? But I do think they are going to make a splash. The reason I think that is because why the hell would Sean Miller, who was building apparently his dream home in suburban Cincinnati, leave Xavier, right? The reason Sean Miller left Xavier, Sean will never say it. Here's the facts. He knew deep down if he wanted to reach a Final Four, could he do it at Xavier? Sure, but that was going to be all on his back, right?
And it'd be a Cinderella run.
Exactly. Versus at least I put myself in the game in the SEC in Texas. This is a guy who did coach for over a decade at Arizona, a school who I call Arizona basketball school first, or at least in terms of success. Maybe they want to be both, but in terms of
my
success,
lifetime,
it's same in mine, right? Like I'm not really old enough to remember the Desert Swarm, like Teddy Bruschi era, in the mid 90s, right? So yeah, I think the reason the reason he left is because he felt in order to put himself in the game, he could do it better at Texas, right? So yeah, I do think, and I know I was kind of stiff on Del Conte a second ago. I do think CDC gave Sean Miller some sort of assurance that, hey, we will fund this program, but I got to see it come to fruition, right? That's just my thing, because historically that has not been the case, right? Like outside of a handful, Kevin Durant, Tristan Thompson's, even Trey. Like I'll say this, I've never said this on your show. I said it back on the old show with Keenan. The difference between Texas getting, Trey Johnson had an agreement with Texas that he was going to be the highest paid player. That number, if my memory serves me correct, was I can't remember exactly the number, but it was north of somewhere between 850 and 1.1. I can't remember exactly the number.
Wait, that's it?
For 1 year at Texas, yes. My point is that's what I've been told.
Wow, he was like the number 2 or 3 player in the country for a long time. I thought he would have
for a while. Yeah.
But that is kind of surprising.
But what happened was, when Texas was pursuing other talents, there were players who, because of that agreement with Trey Johnson, wanted, and if I remember, the number I remember was 1.1, right? That a player wanted. And it was basically, hey, we can't find the extra money, the extra $300,000-$400,000 to get this player because we already made this agreement with Trey. And my thing was, level them both up, right? Level Trey up to that number that player is making, and then boom, that player is asking for, and then boom, you have it, right? If that's where Texas is operating, there's no point in Sean Miller being here.
Yeah.
What I have to assume is that if that situation comes around again, it's, hey, here's the money. We're going to level it up, right? But also, and Jordan, you're born and raised here. Like, the longer I'm here, the more I start to believe Texas baseball is number 2 in this market, honestly. And Jim Schlossnagle had, a nice little transfer class of his own, right? So we'll see. But this offseason is going to be the test.
Yeah, man, it'll be very interesting. All right, I got 2 more basketball questions. Yeah. Where is this? Do you think Coach Miller hates this team?
More and more by the day. I think the answer is yeah. If you look at the guys he brought in, I think next year, it's going to be hard for Texas to bring Dalen Swain back, because he keeps putting up these 25 and 10 games. At his length and athleticism, he's going to be in the league, right? But Modest, Declan Duru, John Clark, I'm all naming guys who Sean Miller brought in, right? I think he thinks he has a foundation around those guys. I think Sean genuinely likes Kendall Weaver, because when I asked him at the first 4, when he's coaching Xavier, he raved about Kendall Weaver. I kind of think that was player retainment at that point, where he knew, hey, I need to retain this guy because he knew it was coming. The rest of these dudes, yeah, I think he could live without them, put it to you that way.
But Weaver, you think is his favorite player?
Of the returners, yes.
Or of the current roster, would you say you think that's
no, Dalen Swain. Yeah. Swain and Modest.
Okay, so for what feels like the last decade, because Kendall Weaver's in his 4th and final year of eligibility, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what's felt like the last decade, because Brock Cunningham was at Texas forever, Texas has always had this dude that is probably the 9th or 10th best player on the court whenever they play in conference, but he goes 110%. He's diving for loose balls. He plays defense. He's yelling at the other teammates to play defense. And it's, everyone loves the term the glue guy. It's clear Texas has had one. It was Brock Cunningham, then it was Kendall Weaver. They don't offer much value on offense, but on defense they do. And they kind of become fan favorites because of the effort level. Kendall Weaver's gone after this year. Do you have any guesses or predictions for who could be the next Brock Cunningham, Kendall Weaver, or is that player not currently on the roster?
Of players who are on this year's roster, I could see that being a Declan Duru, just because, and I've talked about this a little bit, right? Duru, the kid from Germany. is the IQ player, not necessarily the athletic guy. He doesn't quite look the mold of quote unquote, not athletic, but super IQ. He looks more like me. But outside of that, like Bo Ogden can't be that guy because Bo Ogden, it's actually a scorer. Declan Duru would be the guy on this year's roster, but there probably is someone who's out there who's going to be that glue guy, And the reason I say Declan is his offensive, at least right now, right, as an 18-year-old who played pro again since he was 14, not really great, but he's always in the right place and gets his hands on deflections and whatnot and hustles, right? So until his offensive game picks up, yeah.
Hey, if my kid's ever 6'3" or 6'4", we're going out in the driveway and we're not shooting. We're just running lines, and you better touch it with your hand, buddy. Yep. Slap the ground and you play defense, blah, 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 blah. We'll get a scholarship off of just trying hard. Because that is kind of what seems like happens in college. But, like, how much would a guy like Kendall Weaver get paid if he had one more year of eligibility?
Oh, my gosh. You know what?
He's coming in just to play defense and try hard.
You know what? Kendall Weaver might want to sue for another year of eligibility because I guarantee you, guess what? It's going to get more. He would get more from a top 15 team that thinks that they're just a glue guy away from, like, really having a chance than he would get maybe playing professionally elsewhere. I could easily see Kendall Weaver getting north of $500,000 from that specific team who thinks like we're just a glue guy away and they have the money. Like a Kansas, for example. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. Hey, it'll be interesting. For those that are curious, Brock Cunningham is still playing basketball overseas. I've talked about it a little bit, but I'm like family friends with the Cunningham family. They had a daughter younger than Brock who was the same grade as my sister, and they were like best friends, played volleyball, basketball. And then they had a son in my grade named Carson, who me and my twin brother were pretty good friends with, played basketball and football with him. And they said he's still trying to play and probably going to play until he can't anymore. So that'll be interesting. And when he's done, he will probably come back to a job in Austin working for a Texas booster or his family. The family has some money too. But all right, going to get away from Texas basketball. We already hit on MJ Morris. In case you missed that, go to the top of the hour. But we didn't really talk about the national championship. You're from Florida. I know not quite South Florida. But any thoughts, takes from seeing, I'm sure some of your friends melt down from the Miami game and obviously seeing the Cinderella story of Indiana?
Yeah, I laughed because there's already been like this controversy where I say it in air quotes, right? Where some Indiana fans are like saying Miami fans were horrible. They were so like disrespectful to us in the parking lot and so on and so forth. And yeah, like, listen, man, like every fan base has, assholes, right? Like there's part of me that really believes it's just a bad mix of like Midwestern nice from Bloomington versus like obnoxious Miami fan, which is what I've been saying on Twitter, that America's not ready for an obnoxious Miami, right? But from the game itself, Jordan, hell of a game, man. Like even when that game was 10-0, I kind of felt like Miami would muster a run. I just felt that team was talented enough. I don't know if you saw the receiver who, was the intended receiver on the Carson Beck interception, said that, he kind of ran the wrong route and didn't get his head turned around, wasn't expecting the ball. Like that's great on you to stand up for your quarterback, right? But we all know that
Carson Beck threw a meatball sub that dude was never catching.
So it's great of your receiver to do that, but that wasn't the case. And this is probably gonna be like really inside football here, but two things, one on each team. Long been a fan of Mark Fletcher. What I've been doing in the CFP, because they offer the Skycam camera. I'm not someone who's like, oh, I hate the announcers, but like if I can watch on Skycam because it's more of like all 22, I'm gonna do it. Mark Fletcher, he had like one missed blitz pickup, but outside of that, I love his running style. It is very much like patient, one cut and go, but I think he reads his blocks really well, sets up his runs really well. So I wasn't surprised that he had a good game. Malachi Toney, we all know, is a stud. But dude, Indiana is not, for all of the people who think that this is a 1-year thing, it's not. Indiana's really good, really well coached. They've got a good transfer portal class coming in. They got a solid, recruiting class coming in. I wouldn't, not like great, but solid enough. And yeah, man, Cignetti, and I've said this, I think I've said this on the flagship podcast. I haven't said it here. Jordan, this is what Cignetti's bag is, right? He is a top 5 talent evaluator. And let me just kind of spell this out for this audience. When Cignetti took the job at JMU, he could always find those 2 stars, 1 stars, 2-star guys. Like, this guy can be a 3-star here at JMU, right? And then everyone's like, oh, he took the JMU roster, took it to Indiana. No, he didn't take the entire JMU roster. He took the 3 stars that he knew could possibly blossom into 4 stars or 5 stars. The rest of y'all dudes, tough. Y'all better stay there and wherever the hell James Madison is. I don't know what city they are in Virginia, but like, y'all better stay there, right?
Yeah. I'm not comparing them to Willie Fritz or John Summerall, but they did the exact same thing with a specific crop of Tulane players, and the rest were like, yeah, now y'all can stay in uptown New Orleans.
Exactly, right? So that's one of the things I think gets really doubted on Cignetti. So yeah, man, I thought it was a great game. Glad it was a great game. I'm glad it wasn't like some 60-0 blowout. The national championship game, I always love when they're great games that come down to the last 5 minutes. So that's it.
Yeah, probably the best game since best national championship game since Keely Ringo picked off Bryce Young. At least off the top of my head, that's one I think of. And it's kind of interesting. You want to hear somewhat of a hot take? Mark Fletcher is who CJ Baxter was supposed to be.
That's not a hot take at all.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I mean, yeah, it's not a hot take, but okay. Out of high school, Baxter 6'1", 215. Mark Fletcher 6 foot, half an inch, 226. They both wear 4. Baxter doesn't have dreads anymore, but Fletcher currently does. And they're both from Florida. Mark Fletcher went to American Heritage in Fort Lauderdale, same school that produced Diabell. Countless other, big-time college and NFL players. And these are the running backs that were ranked ahead of Mark Fletcher out of high school. He was the number 6 running back in the country, flipped from Ohio State to Miami. CJ Baxter is not getting drafted ahead of him. Reuben Owens isn't either. Justice Haynes is coming back for another year of college. Quentin Joyner tore his ACL. He's coming back to Texas Tech. Jeremiah Love is going to be the first running back selected. Mark Fletcher will be drafted. Richard Young is kind of busted. Kedrick Reescano is busted. Dante Dowdle, I think, is at Georgia now. Caleb Jackson, I have no clue where he's at. Damn, a lot of these guys have kind of busted. Always interesting to look back at old rankings. What do you think about Mendoza? Because he's just a total geeker. One of the funniest tweets I've seen so far this year was someone on Twitter during the national championship game saying that he seems like he makes his animal crackers fight before he eats them. I said that to Wags, and he said, yeah, and the winner gets dunked in milk.
I did see that tweet. This is what I'll say. If you know anything about the high school he's from, which is Columbus in Miami, it's Jordan. I don't know if there's a school in Austin that's just like, if you go there, you're a square, dog. Like, you just know you're a square.
Didn't Cristobal and Mendoza's dad go there too?
Mm-hmm. And Alex Mirabal, they all went there. Columbus is just kind of that school where it's like just a square. Like, it doesn't fit the rest of them. And I'm talking about, like, Columbus is a school where it's how do I say this in a way it's not controversial? Traditionally Hispanic, traditionally Cuban, usually middle class to upper middle class, just like we want to produce like good men in society who, may play a sport here or there. You get a lot of like local politicians and people like that it's that school, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not stunned that Mendoza is, but I think it's authentic though. I don't think it's an act. I think it's authentic.
Yeah. And I'm assuming those people are the ones that are like, there's nothing wrong with public schools in South Florida.
Yes.
I send my son to public school. But anyways, or nonetheless, I should say, got some bad.
Super quick, Jordan, sorry. Columbus is private Catholic, just for the record.
Oh, it's private, my bad.
Yeah.
And yeah, Fernando Mendoza's brother hit the portal at Georgia Tech now. No time for girlfriends. You're married to the game at Columbus High in Miami.
It's an all boys school. Like, you're right. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that either. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, all boys. Yeah.
It is funny. All right. In case you've been living under a rock, there's some really bad weather coming in this weekend. Eric, have you done anything to prep? You're in an apartment downtown still, right?
Nah, man, I'm not the apartment now. Now I am at the Better Half's place in Lago Vista, which presents its own set of issues.
That's right.
Yeah, because like I'm trying to. So Jordan, she pulled the Ted Cruz and she went to Hawaii like last week. She's out, dog. So I'm joking, y'all. I'm joking. Anyone don't take offense to that. It's just a joke. I'm not from here. I don't know about that. Anyhow,
he already left the state ahead of this weekend. They got him on a plane yesterday.
She's in Hawaii, so I basically got to hold down the house. I'm like doing the things with the spigots right now, getting those turned off, trying to cover those. I'm like, it's so weird because Jordan, being from Florida, I don't know nothing about this. And then when I lived in Chicago for 3 years, this is like a Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? Where like it's not that big of a deal. Everyone here, I guess, coming off of 2021, which I'm sure you can speak to, is preparing like this is the apocalypse. So I'm like stocking up on like bread and water and, you know, non-perishable food and preparing, you know, in case the power goes out and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm trying to prep, but I'm also trying to figure out like what the situation is going to be for Saturday, because there's a basketball game at noon. I'm hoping they bump it up an hour or so, because with Lago Vista, people don't realize this. There's one way in, one way out, 1431. Right?
You got to go all up and down those hills and the ice. Oof.
I got to go all up and down those hills, and sometimes they'll close the road. So my plan is, I'm hoping if they, I've been like stuck watching weather forecasts because I drive a Mustang. My Mustang is not equipped. I'll be slipping inside.
Don't show up on Saturday. Just don't.
See, that's what my better half is like. I'm gonna kill you if you leave. My pride in working is like, if I show up, basically from what the weather forecast is saying, if I get there early Saturday and I leave like no later than 3 o'clock, I should be fine. But yeah, living in Lago has its own set of challenges.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would, there's no way in hell I'd be going to that basketball game if I were you. Kevin Ryan won't care. And you can probably watch it on TV, and it'll probably be a similar result to the last few games as well. But I don't know, man. I ordered on Amazon that came in yesterday. Got some battery-powered heated blankets. Got a case of water, some battery-powered lamps, and gonna see. In February 2021, I was at my parents' house still, and we kept power but lost water. So we were like melting snow and ice to flush the toilet once we ran out of water in the bathtub. And you know, we did have electricity, but our neighborhood and like the surrounding area, they kept blasting out on social media, like have your thermostat turned down to like 55 or anything below 60, because if the heat is set to anything above, everyone is going to lose power for several days. And those were where my parents live. A lot of the lines are underground. But out here where I'm at, everything's above the ground, so I'm preparing to get screwed. Yeah. And hey, to avoid the chaos of HEB or Walmart, I recommend anyone to order online. They will deliver it to your house. And it's not crazy fees either. So would recommend that. Okay, so Nathan brings up a good question here, and I kind of have a question I want to ask off of this to you, Eric, and then we can wrap it up. But Nathan says, do you think the Texas interior O-line is better or worse this year? I think with the in-line of Baker, it's worse right now. We don't know who the other guard will be quite yet, so I'm going to kind of reword this question for Eric.
Mm-hmm.
How confident are you in Texas actually figuring this out on the O-line? Like, obviously, Melvin Siani can play right tackle. You have Gooseby at left tackle, Connor Robertson at center, and you'd imagine Brandon Baker will factor in at right guard. But left guard, right now it's Dylan Sikorsky. But off everything we've heard, Texas doesn't want to start him. They want him for depth and to be a starter down the road. And yes, there is obviously a name that's gone around that, you know, a lot of people know about on Indiana. Still watching to see if he goes in the portal. If he does, I'll feel pretty good about it. But he does actually have to end up in the portal. And sorry, I know it's a long-winded question, but people have asked me, you know, are they going to fix the O-line? They haven't done this yet. And my response has been, look, the biggest need this entire offseason was fixing the O-line. They also had needs on linebacker, receiver, defensive back, linebacker, and they filled those needs in and upgraded. They got Cam Coleman at receiver. They got Rasheem Biles at linebacker. So I've been saying if they're going to fill in all these needs and do a great job of doing it, you'd think for the best one, they're also going to do a great job of doing it. But we're still in this waiting period. So how much confidence do you have in Kyle Flood, Steve Sarkisian, Brandon Harris, the Texas Brain Trust, in figuring this out and getting a good starting five for next year?
I'm going to answer it like this. If that player who you're referring to ends up in the portal, I am confident they will go get that player. If that player does not end up in the portal, I don't know how much confidence I have in all five getting squared away. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they can't be good or good enough, right? You guys know, I've said this before, an offensive line is only as good as its weakest spot, right? So if left guard is as bad as it was last year, it's going to bring everyone else down. However, at least getting the right side solidified, to me, means you can probably do more things in running the football, right? At least. But that's the way I'll answer the question. If that player enters the portal, I think they will leave no stone unturned, like, to go get that player. If that player does not end up in the portal, we're already where we're at, right? So, I mean, it doesn't leave me feeling confident.
Yeah, plan A is obviously get the player from Indiana to go in the portal and get him out of the portal. I don't know what the fuck plan B is, because Talek Lockett committed the other day. He signed.
He actually committed? Where'd he go?
Maryland, I'm pretty sure it was.
Okay.
Something very random. But I'm almost positive he signed. And then it's like, well, man, who are the other guards available? I guess Dylan Sikorsky could start. Maybe one of the Coleman brothers emerges in year 2. But the main thing I've been thinking of, whoever, if they do get another transfer, I think that player is going to be playing left guard. Because if you're moving Brandon Baker inside, you don't want because 2 of the starters are very likely to be transfers, and you don't want them next to each other. You don't want Siani and a transfer right guard next to each other. You'd want the guard on the left side and Brandon Baker right guard. But the main thing I've been thinking about is, hey, this can be a really good offensive line if Connor Robertson is the worst player on the offensive line as a fifth-year center that started some games, played in some big games as a sub. But if he's the second to worst, we're looking at this thing a little differently. So they really need that player to go in the portal, I think, because if not, I don't know what the hell they're going to do unless they're pulling a Miami in the Xavier Lucas situation and they somehow get a player to unenroll from a school and enroll at Texas without using the portal. And I don't think Texas is going to want to play those games based off how they operate as a program. So it's going to be very interesting. And Nathan, I get what you're saying. You know, he says, I don't like the fact the starting centers, Robertson sounds like he was contemplating retiring from football completely or playing another year. Well, this is a situation. He's been at Texas 4 years. He has his degree. He didn't want to transfer elsewhere. He wanted to start his career and finish his career as a Longhorn. That meant something to him. And he knew Texas was considering going after a center in the portal. And if they did that, they would have welcomed Connor Robertson back, but he wasn't going to come back if they did that. Why would he spend his fifth year, his final year of college football, sitting on the bench and, you know, competing in practice and all that? So that's why he considered retiring. He already had his degree. And if he finished the year as a starter, I mean, if I was in his shoes, I also would hang it up and retire if they brought in a transfer at the same position. So I think it's fine, especially because if Texas does end up with that player going in the portal and they get him, Connor Robertson is going to be to thank in his relationship with that player. So, yeah, but nonetheless, we're getting out of here. Up next, oh, sorry, Wags. I just saw your text. We're going to close it out real quick. But up next, this week's episode of the Stampede Podcast with Bob Ballou, Vince Young, and Mac Brown. I said Vince Brown. And then at 2 p.m. on Chip Brown and Zay Collier will be – God damn it. All right. Eric, you can go. I got to hold this for a few minutes while Adam does something, while Wags does something. So, yeah. All right. If you all have questions, drop them in the chat. I'll hit on them. And we'll go from there. Wags, I guess just text me when you're good. We'll figure it out. We'll see. Has Austin ISD canceled school for Monday yet? I have not seen that. They probably won't announce that till like Sunday night. But hey, even when I was in school, even a 2-hour delay was a huge win, getting to sleep in a little bit. So hopefully it's like that. Okay, someone brought up CB. Thank you for bringing this up. The Bugonia movie that I tried to put Wags onto. I think he still hasn't watched it, or Roofman. But Bugonia is a movie I recommend anyone watching. It's pretty strange and weird, and does a decent job of kind of making you uncomfortable. But the plot bears question: what is Bugonia about? I don't like trailers that show the main scenes, but I couldn't tell what it was about. To sum it up, of how I remember it, I watched it in November. Bugonia, the main character, is Jesse Plemons, or Landry from Friday Night Lights. Shout out Mark, Texas. That's where he's from. But Jesse Plemons sorry, my bad. Plemons it is. He's the main character, and him and his family, if I'm not mistaken, are like beekeepers or bee farmers, where they farm the honey and sell it or whatnot. And there is a business or corporation nearby where he lives that is doing something that is polluting the environment in some way, and that is destroying their bee business, and it's causing stress, and it's also messing with like their immune system and their body and how it functions. These chemicals are in the water supply. And Jesse Plemons' either dad or mom dies because of it. And he has a screw loose. If you watch the first 5 minutes of the movie, you'll figure that out pretty quickly. But he has a screw loose and starts to think, hey, the CEO of this company and the people that run this company are evil, and they're aliens, and they're trying to kill our planet and poison our planet and our population. And that is his whole theory, is these people are aliens. So he wants to kidnap the CEO, and he does, and test them and figure out, are they an alien? What do they know? Why are they here on planet Earth? And that is the plot of it. And I know it sounds fucking crazy. That's because it is. But it's a very good movie. It's done extremely well. And it's based off a book that I think an Italian author wrote like 20 or 30 years ago, something kind of random. But it debuted in a bunch of film festivals overseas, won a bunch of awards, and according to CB, nominated for Best Picture. So I don't know about Best Picture. I've watched movies that have won Best Picture in the past. When I was watching Bugonia, that thought never crossed my mind that it'd be up for Best Picture, but it is a tremendous movie. I liked it a lot. Makes you a little uncomfortable at times, but again, really good movie, something I'd recommend. So yeah. Bear said Mendoza will have a similar NFL career to Andrew Luck, get beat up first 2 seasons, make playoffs year 3 through 5, then retire, get a master's degree in 1 year, and become a college GM. I don't know. I feel like Mendoza is getting groomed to be a politician. Just waiting. But all right, Wags is back, so I can shut it down. I'll just say it again, go through the motion. Up next, this week's episode of the Stampede podcast with Bob Ballou, Vince Young, and Mac Brown. I'm ending the stream, but at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on it. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And I will see you tomorrow. I won't be on with Nick Harris. I need to figure out a guest. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great one. Stay warm and prep for this weekend because it will be cold. All right. Peace.